smile for you, smile for you, smile for you, smile for you. I will never cry for you, cry for you, cry for you, cry for you. I can't take this anymore. You say we're done, but you still want more. Baby, what I need is you out the door. This time I'm sure, yeah, that you're a bad boy, up to no good. Trying to be a man, but you're stuck in boyhood. Baby, you won't ever treat me the way you should, so it's over for good. I will never smile for you, smile for you, smile for you, like a light, lighting up in the dark. You make it right, I forgot how to act. It's so classic. Every time you make me nervous and I lose my words. It's been a while since I forgot the most simple words. I feel calm when you're around, like nothing can break me.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Clay Pigeon Raceway for the next instalment of the Clay Pigeon Kart Club Championships. Starting at a little bit of a later time this time round because we have 3-lap practice. 10-minute practice. We don't have 3-lap practice. So by the title of this one, we do not have commentary at the circuit, so we are exclusive to the live stream. So yeah, a little bit different for a bit of a change. But yes, welcome to the Clay Pigeon Kart Club Championships. Round number 6. Commentary only on YouTube. And of course we are live. So at the moment we have the practice going on for the 177s. So whilst they're out there, we'll introduce the stream, introduce everything that's going on. It is sort of mixed conditions up here at the moment. So it's a bit on the cooler side at the moment. But we'll see how that plays out over today. Speaking of today, I'm your commentator, Alex Downs. I'm going to be here for the rest of today, commentating over the next 7 hours or so of what is going on. You can find me on my Instagram. Don't know why you would, but it's there if you want to. Right then, so whilst we get into things, let's show you off the program of events for today. Oh, indeed, indeed. So, round 6 then, here's your running order. It's the same as last month. We're looking at the Honda and Rotax cadets out together with Intermax, Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax, and then the 177 Rotax. That is the next ones along, and then the last one's out. I'm currently out on the circuit. And like I said, it's literally the ones that were the same running order that we usually have here at the Clay Pigeon Kart Club. Seems to work real nice. So practice of 10 minutes. That's what's been going on in the background. I thought I'll give myself one session to get through everything. Heats are 8 minutes plus a lap, so same again as last month. And then finals are 12 minutes plus a lap, so same as last month as well. So the heats will start after this practice session that you see behind you on the screen. Which is the usual bits and bobs that we get. So we actually have more than 65 drivers. The overlay was done on Friday. So yeah, we have about 69, I think it is. So your grid numbers then, we got 12 in the Honda and Rotax Cadet. I think it's a bit more today. Junior Rotax, a bit less than last time, but it's the 177s that we have more of because we have 10 of them. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. We actually have 8 out on circuit altogether, so we might not have the full 10. But nevertheless, it is more than what we had last time out. It's always good fun to have the 177s back here once again. And a real shame for the Intermax with only 3 drivers, but nevertheless, we'll see how their racing gets on today. But there we go. That is your events for today, the program of events. Round number 6. Broadcasting to you live. Rob Stevens, we've got a viewer from Egypt. Wow, what a location to watch from. Come on, Harvey. Absolutely love to see that. From the land far, far away of Egypt. Love it. Right then, it's actually more important times now because, well, we go through this part of the program, part of the live stream, when we view the standings. So let's see who is where after round 5 in the championship standings. A lot of the drop rounds are coming into effect as well. So there's quite a few movements to be said. So for the Honda Cadets then, it's Ethan Cousins that stays in the lead with 675 points. Luke McGaul with 653 points, so not too far behind. Charlie White stays in third with 575. Now the moves come a little bit further down with Nikita Roberts going up into fourth with 538 points, and Zach Ormshaw down to fifth with 526. Tommy Morris stays out in sixth position with 486, and a newcomer to the top 7 on the overlay is Finley Thursfield, 252 points, and in the top 7. If you're wondering why I do the top 7, it's the only 7 I can fit on the screen. We might have 8 for next year, but for 7 for this year. So we go for the Intermax then. Ava Morris, our championship leader, not here today, I don't believe. I think so. I'm not sure. I've not seen the thing. But 644 points, so storming in the lead. Roke Thompson and Devon Taylor go up positions into second and third, respectively. 569 and 537. And Kian Downer and Jacob Davis go down to fourth and fifth, 529 and 407. Jack Price and Aidan Clark will stay in 6th and 7th with 277 and 139. So I don't think these have been out for quite a few rounds. So we will hopefully see them a bit later on this year. If not, I don't think we're going to see too much movement between them. So Junior Rotax then, and it's Jack West that leads the way with 603 points, stays there for the last couple of months actually. Joshua Withcomb is in second, well, goes up to second, 567 for the points, and Daniel Tribe dropped down to third with 543, a few points behind, 13 points behind to be exact, is Jarek Metters, who stays in fourth, 530. Arthur Thacker, 525, so climbing up the charts each time round. Lucas Howell stays down in 6th position with 498. And then Billy Edgecombe joins the top 7 with 474. So there is a few movements in the juniors. We'll see how this plays out later today. We've got quite a lot of juniors out there today. So seniors then, and a couple of our novices, or what was novices, are off the top 7, but Leo Purchase still leads the way with 611 points. Finn Smith and Cameron Crockett storm up into 2nd and 3rd with 550 points and 546 for Cameron Crockett. Jack Maben, Bertie Wellesley and Daniel Beards, all 3 drivers down the order with 517, 490 and 475 points respectively for those drivers. And Jamie Burke joins the top 7, knocking out Patrick Williams-Rahag and also Rosie Armstrong, the 2 drivers that were just hanging out for being consistent in their, just turning up for each race meeting. Unfortunately being knocked out of the top 7 for now. And then it's the 177s where Harrison Crook's lead has slightly reduced with Ian Brownfield's 648. But there is 0 movements in the championship for the 177s. We'll see if we get any new entry comers coming in the next few rounds. I know we got a few new names out there today. So that's great to see. But yeah, no movements at all for the 177s. But there you go, your championship standings are there for round 5. As we fade out from the drone shots from Decon Roberts. Nikita Roberts' dad. Thank you very much for that one. Those drone footages are absolutely lovely. Right then, so practice is just coming to an end. And yeah, it's going to be one of those good ones. So, if you haven't subscribed yet to the Clay Pigeon Kart Club YouTube channel and you want to get up to date with all the action that comes from the circuit from today, in the future and next year, then hit that subscribe button because, A, I most appreciate it, but also you'll get notified when we next go live next month, being the Rotax Festival. Ho ho! And that is one I do love waiting to commentate on. Action-packed last year. Let's see if we can get big numbers this year. It's being combined with round 7, so a little bit different to normal. But that is just down to... I don't know. It is down to low numbers this year, so fingers crossed we can get a busy, action-packed Rotax Festival. So we cannot wait. Entries are open, so if you head over to the Clay Pigeon Kart Club website and get yourself entered in today, and we shall see how it goes. And let's have a look. at the entry list. Let's have a look. So let's go to the Clay Pigeon Kart Club website. If I can type with my one hand. So let's go to the entry list and go to the Rotax Festival. So far we've got 3 entries. So let's see if we can bump that up, ladies and gentlemen. If you do have a driver that is wanting to be a part of the Rotax Festival, normally one of the biggest events of the year up here, then do get yourselves entered ASAP. So we've got mixed weather up here at the moment, so hopefully we can have a look. Let's have a look at the grid then for the Honda and Rotax Cadets for their first heat today. And we got some familiar names out there on the screen, and Nikita Roberts starting the day off on pole. Oh, look at her go. And we got Arai James Kallenberg in second, so on the front row alongside Nikita. And got pretty much a 50-50 split. Is that 2, 4, 6, 7? 2, 4, 6, 7. Yeah, we got a 7. We got a 50-50 split of non-novices and novices. Not like it's going to make a difference, but let's see how that plays out throughout today's racing. Like I said, the YouTube, the commentary is exclusive to YouTube. So those that are here at the circuit wondering where is the commentary, we can't do it, unfortunately. We can't have commentary up at the circuit this round due to noise complaints, which is really sad. So hopefully we can get it back again for the Rotax Fest. Gonna be cool. Got the Rotax Fest. But yeah, just exclusive to YouTube. Which is it's really weird not hearing myself on the tannoy. Really, really weird. I believe the camera angles are they're slightly tilted. Don't know why. There you go. So hopefully you're all doing well. We've also got somebody from Egypt, Rob Stevens saying come on Harvey. Who else we got on there? We got Daniel Barton, who came in quite early on the stream actually, saying good luck to Elijah. And then come on Leo Light, the fireman from Cantor. Nevertheless, so let's get into this one then for the formation lap for heat number 1 then. So out come the Hondas. New YouTube layout for the streams this round. Once again, it's the same as last round. So you got everything on the left-hand side of the screen, and that also means there is still no times. I've not changed it from last time out because it's hard to put some features on when there's no live timing running. So yeah, let's see how this race goes on. Anyway, with the Honda and Rotax Cadets, like I said, heat number 1, 14 drivers altogether. And Nikita Roberts, let's see how good of a start she can get at the start of this race. She is known to do pretty well during the races defending on hard. So let's see how she goes. Finley Thursfield as well. Saw him practicing a couple of, well, it was a week or 2 ago now, I believe. Up here at the circuit, he had a nice dry day, fortunately for himself. So let's see how Finley does out there. Also, Elijah West as well. Let's see how well he does. Charlie White starting in 6th, I believe it was. So let's see how he performs today. It's going to be one of those to keep an eye out for. But we're coming from the top bend, and let's get ready to begin the first race of today and get things underway. We are going first time out, and let's get ready for heat number 1. It's dry, and we're going round. And Nikita's lost a few places at the start here, and someone else has gained quite a few places as well. So through the S's down the back straight, and that is Charlie White, who has jumped straight up into the second position there. And I think that is Kallenberg, who is out ahead at the moment. So around the horseshoe we go, and it is the number 50 that leads the way at the moment. Nikita Roberts trying to get a groove in at the start of this race. Lost a couple of positions to begin with, but let's get on the running order on the left-hand side of the screen as all the carts start flying on over to begin and finish lap number 1, the opening lap, with Charlie White really being competitive here, going through the S's down the back straight, right on the back of Kallenberg out in front. That also looks like Nikita Roberts managed to gain back a few positions. She has gained a few, but is challenged by Alfred Matthews, I think that is, who is currently in front. But I might be wrong. It's hard to see. Come on, the 99, says Daniel Barton. That's Elijah West out on track currently 8th. Or you can look at it, the first novice. So Alfred Matthews up into 3rd, gets a fastest lap of a 41.87. As we are solid going through the S's. Nikita Roberts was looking for the inside before the S's. She has dropped back a little bit from the 3rd position runner as 5th goes down the inside and gets ahead of Nikita Roberts. We had a spin back down there at the hairpin as well. But for the meantime, it's keeping an eye on that top 5. So to the top bend and down the main straight we go for another lap of this race. Kallenberg still leading the way, a gap of 0.3, so 3/10 to Charlie White, who is seriously charging on through this race here, sticking on the back of the 50, who's taken a defensive line going into the hairpin. Then towards the horseshoe we go next. Still no change from those two. Nikita Roberts in a sandwich of Elijah West and Luke McGall. But for now, down the main straight, Kallenberg still has that lead here at the circuit as current. Very defensive lines going into Billy's. Charlie White really trying to look for the inside gap going into Billy's, but is still staying behind as we go in towards the hairpin. White really trying to find another line to get ahead and cause a gap. Kallenberg is really just defending his little heart out there. Alfred Matthews behind, joining this battle for the top 2. As Nikita Roberts trying to get back ahead of Elijah West, who goes up into 5th position after that lap. But meanwhile, our top 3 is starting to squeeze together, with Kallenberg taking so much defensive line, the other 2 joining real close, and actually the 3 behind, so your top 6 not too far away. Luke McGall only 1.3 seconds behind that battle for the top 3. So as we meet the halfway point, near enough in this race, 4 minutes left to go. Nikita Roberts fallen to 6th position after the start of this race. But nevertheless, it's Kallenberg that still leads the way. And Elijah West keeps the fastest lap, the only one to dip into the 40 seconds mark on track, 40.93. And at the moment, the field of the top 6 running in the 41 seconds around the circuit. As Charlie White challenging Kallenberg up ahead, with Matthews behind the number 12, going through the right-hander towards the top bend of the circuit. As Kallenberg's lead grows a little bit, and I say a little bit because it's not much. So coming down the main straight we go. There's your split for your 4th, 5th and 6th position drivers, with Ethan Coupland going over there. 77 of Dewey Hawkridge over the line there, coming into Billy's. And then Finley Thursfield in a comfortable 9th position there, as more of our novices fly over the line. Tommy Morris sticking in a nice and healthy 12th position. That did personal best of a 42.99. So his times are dropping. Speaking of times dropping, it's Kallenberg's of a 41.32. Still not in the 40s yet, though. Are we going to see any other drivers fall into that 40-second margin? We shall find out. Someone who is absolutely charging, though, is Elijah West in that Rotax Cadet. Going around Billy's and through the S's and down the back straight. Starting to catch with Matthews ahead. And Elijah West goes even quicker, 40.7. So he is charging that novice driver in that Rotax. Catching up with our Honda grid here. Our top three is a mix of Rotax and Hondas. Our regular Hondas, I must say. These guys have done a lot of racing here, a lot of years up here, and you can see their challenges from last year as the 99 almost looked for a move going into Billy's as he stays in 4th for the minute. So we'll keep an eye on this battle as we go through the S's and down the back straight. At the hairpin, still no change. So around through to the right-hander we go. Charlie White being slightly challenged by Matthews. Going into the top bend. And down the main straight we come. Is the 99 going to get involved in this one? As Charlie White now at risk on the outside of Billy's. Is he going to lose 1 or 2? It's going to be 2 positions. And 99 sneaks down the inside of the S's. And away he goes up into 2nd. So from 4th to 2nd in just a split of 1 whole entire corner. But got to defend it off. So our top 2 now, both Rotax Cadets and Hondas in 3rd and 4th. Cannonberg's lead, though, is just over half a second. It is indeed. As we're starting to catch up with our novice of Pierce Taylor as our current back marker in this race so far. And Elijah West in the 40s and Cannonberg sneaking into the 40s as well. But for the time being, Cannonberg, West, Matthews and White, your top 4. Charlie White trying to go back once again. Elijah West really at the end of this race here catching up to Cannonberg. Is he going to be able to catch up soon enough? We shall find out in the course of the next couple of moments or so. But we are on to what is the last lap of this race. 1 more to go. And, well, let's see if we get any changes at the moment. Our grid held back by a back marker of 36, which is actually where the 99 got caught up with as well. So all that progress, the 99 unfortunately not being able to get past where the other 2 behind, Alfred Matthews and Charlie White, just managing to plough past, no issues said. And with that one said, means that there is a change for your 2nd position, but coming down the main straight though. And over the line is a drag race for the 2 Hondas. But as it blips over the line, Cannonberg takes the win for this race. Alfred Matthews will take 2nd, Charlie White 3rd, and Elijah West down to 4th. Luke McGaw will take P5, Nikita Roberts 6th in the end of that race after starting from pole. Dewey Hockridge in 7th, Ethan Copeland in 8th, Philly Thursfield in 9th, and the 61 of Edison Burrows will take 10. That's your top 10, and your top novice will be Elijah West. And once again, that is a provisional result, just like it says on the top left of the screen. So that is the race for the Honda and Rotax Cadets. If you want to check out that race once more, you'll be able to check that back after today's live events. So then we'll go to the grid then for the Intermax. There's only 3 drivers out there for this 8-minute session. We'll be tuning in and out of this race as it goes along. So top 3 there, Devin Taylor, Jamie Rao and Rook Thompson. Like I said, no Ava Roberts, Jesus. I was making a name up there. Ava Morris. I'm very sorry. But no Ava Morris, our championship leader this round. So we'll see how this plays out. But nevertheless, that is your Intermax grid, just the 3. So out they come. We'll give you your We'll give you the formation lap and the first opening lap, and then we'll be listening to this race as it plays out today. 3 drivers for the Intermax grid. We usually look around up to about 5 normally. So a quiet one for Intermax. So Devon Taylor, Jamie Rao and Rook Thompson, 8 minutes for their race. Rook Thompson and Devon Taylor, I think all 3 of these drivers are actually regulars this year, so it's great to see them back once again. I can actually say Eva Morris is not a regular anymore. I'm only joking. Right, top end then, and then we'll get ready to have a watch of this race. So coming down the main straight then, only 3 drivers, and well, of course it's going to be straight away as they all go down into Billy's. Around Billy's we go, being challenged already as one's down the inside and gets it for the S's. And with only 3 of them, there's the 11, 14, then 53. That is your current lineup between the 3. We'll see how close they are throughout this race. So I think they're all possibly evenly matched, but we shall find out. Even though I think that is Rook Thompson who's well away out ahead. Line up on the left-hand side of the YouTube live stream. But yeah, just only 3 drivers for this round. So keep an eye out on who's going to be where throughout this race. Your times are on the right-hand side of the YouTube live stream, as one of them nearly loses it on the sausage curb. Oh, Nelly. Right, that was the Intermax race. Brooke Thompson won that one from the start. Clay Pigeon with 2 relief marshals today. Right then, Junior Rotax heat number 1. The list on the screen. We've got Charlie Parker and Danny May Reid. She's off for novice plates. I thought I'd never see the day. Hey, Patrick Work, Czech Republic. Hello, mate. How you doing? How is one man doing? Good to see you back on the YouTube live streams once more. Once again, if you do miss any of the races that happen here today, then you'll be able to have a look at them back once the day has finished. So let's get to the loudest and busiest race of this weekend. 23 drivers altogether onto your screens, and that's going to give us a big old race to keep an eye on. Whoa. What's your bets? What we're going to get? Our WC plate, Joshua Whitcomb out there once more. And like I said, Danny May Reid off her novice plates out in full force today. So let's see how this one plays out as all the drivers make their way to the top of the circuit here. So from the top end down the main straight we come, and we are looking for a false start to begin with. I couldn't speak. God, I lost my voice. I lost my voice completely. Well, not my voice, my words, my brain. Which some people would say is easy to do. Don't comment on that one. Right, second time's a charm. I'm going to jinx it because that's the usual thing that happens with all of these. The full start, and let's go again. So from the top end we go for attempt number 2 to start this race. I'm on my tippy toes, and we are underway this time round as we go into it. 3, 4, well, 2 in the tyre wall, 2 just missing out there as we keep on going. Keep going through. Driver's alright, which is the main thing. As that is his race over there, unfortunately. That is the 34 of Archie Lyons, who will not be starting, well, getting further in this race. Nevertheless, we'll go through your running order on the left-hand side of the screen there. Benjamin Bartlett taking the lead with Joshua Whitcomb second, Charlie Parker third. The whole of the main straight under yellow flag conditions. And also Billy's technically as well. As all the drivers going on through. It's very topsy-turvy. It's a 24 pit successful, police would say. So as we keep running on down, we can give you the cam back at Billy's once again as we get that kart recovered. And we should be able to get into this race properly now with the 44 still leading the way by just a 10th is that gap. As we fly through furthermore. As the WC and 44 have changed positions. It's heating up this heat, as you could say, as we go from the top end down the main straight we come. As we still have yellows for the main straight, which is really cancelling out this race here. As we go into Billy's, somebody's gone off wide, which is a bit unusual there with the 61 of Daniel Tribe getting back out ahead of that driver. It's all kicking off here at this race. So around the hairpin we go for the 61 leading the pack from, I believe it might be 5th. Yes, 5th and below. It's a huge train coming from there, but leading the way is our Wessex Challenge champion, Joshua Whitcomb. With Benjamin Bartlett, Lucas Howell and Billy Edgecombe just behind. Tribe still defending off the pack behind him as he hopped over the curb just a moment ago at the S's. So we've got some trying to sneak on the inside of others as another one tries for it as well. The 92 of Jack West, I believe that was, as the hat is one and truly coming off. And going back on again. So Joshua Whitcomb, Benjamin Bartlett, Lucas Howell, Billy Edgecombe, that's your top 4. As back at the S's, the 14 really getting into the mixer of that 5th downwards battle. It's crazy, crazy, crazy. So from the top bend, down the main straight we come, and we go once again for another lap. Lap number 6 completed as we wander into and through Billy's, jumping through the S's and down the back straight we go. Lucas Howell with a bit of a edge in front of Edgecombe. Hey. Don't know why I just put that joke in there. But he's already on the tacking a charge going through the horseshoe towards the right-hander. So the 23, not sure to go left or right in some of these situations. Stays behind for the minute. Lucas Howell just hanging on to 3rd position. Fast drive out there is William Antrobus. A name I've not seen on the screen for a while. Currently in 6th position. As going into Billy's, we've got another swap for not 1, but not 2, but 3, but 4 drivers as the 61 loses out on 3 positions going into Billy's. As Daniel Tribe down to 7th or 8th, I believe that is now. And with my eyeballs, 8th. So once again, top bend we come. Still no change from the top 4 there. And we're still going through with Daniel Tribe down into that 8th position, as we have said. Jasmine Taylor up into 15. Danny Ray Reid down to 18. So 1 driver lost altogether in this race so far, which is the 34 of Archie Lyons. But still no changes from our top 4 here. So going around Billy's through the S as they hop on over. Still not much more action to come from our midfield grid at the moment. And midfield only being 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th, I think, is involved in this one. There's a 51 trying to look on the 57, Lewis Goff. There's Jack West behind him. Antrobus trying to hold on to that position as best he can for the minute. As catching up to 23 is what he's going to try and do. But for now it's not working at the moment, as down the inside of the hairpin, and it didn't work, and it's another pit successful. And actually not the engine off on that car, unfortunately there. I'm not allergic to this racing. Oh my god, I just sneezed. It's all going in this race here. Through into Billy's we go. And at Billy's down the inside, it was a tight manoeuvre. As I think that is the 15 getting ahead of the 14 there. So around the hairpin we go towards the horseshoe. And to the right-hander we go once again. So let's go back to our leaders who are just coming over the line here, starting to catch up with our back markers. One of them being the 11 of Harvey Lee Winteridge, one of our novices out on circuit. does have something flipping on his car there. I'm not sure what. Just see it swinging. So around the horseshoe we go to the right-hander, and then towards the top bend. So as he's being lapped there by our leaders, Joshua Withcombe still leading the way with a 0.7 gap for the minute. And then half a second behind him is Lucas Howell of Benjamin Bartlett. But still not much to be said in this race. We are into our final lap here in this race. So from the main straight we come, following Joshua Withcombe through Billy's. Through the S's, down the back straight we go as we catch up to the 95 of Karthik Kometa. So around the hairpin we go, towards the horseshoe. So to the right-hander. And then towards the top bend we come as Joshua Withcombe takes a checker flag for Heat 1, winning the Junior Rotax Heat there. Benjamin Bartlett second, Lucas Howell third, Billy Edgecombe fourth. William Antrobus will take fifth, Jack West sixth, Daniel Tribe seventh, Logan Bennett eighth, Arthur Thacker ninth, and then Archie Buttle will round out your top 10. With our highest novice is going to be Billy Vaught, who finished in P19. And only one driver lost in that race, which was Archie Lyons at the start of that one. So let's hide the order, and there we go. By the way, still a provisional result, all the ones that I read off the screen. So whilst we wait for a recovery, which doesn't show up on screen, let's get ourselves ready for the next race. Here's the grid for you. It's the Senior Rotax Heat number 1, and a couple of novices on there, and one of them that is no longer a novice, so gets a bit of an advantage starting a bit closer to the top of your order. Patrick Williams-Rahal starting on P14. We've got Dan Milner and Bertie Wellesley on the front row of this race. So let's see how this one turns out. We've got plenty of time. If you want to catch back up with that Junior Rotax race, by the way, you'll be able to catch up with that after the live event has completed. So for those that have noticed, there is no rewinding on this live stream this month. So you'll be able to check everything out after the whole event has completed. It's a little bit windy here at Clay Pigeon today. Love a bit of wind as it shows up, refreshes, and boom, it's 19 degrees. I love a good bit of weather up here. It's holding off for the minute though. Practice yesterday for the drivers was quite wet. Patrick, great commentary, thank you. If I could love that comment, I would. I think I can. Oh, I can't. Put you in timeout. No, I wouldn't. I'm going to pin that one. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we're just waiting on a few bits to happen out on circuit, and we should hopefully be able to get underway real shortly. I will apologise if you did hear any swearing over the track mic. Just to put that one out there. I have muted it for the second. Hopefully we'll be able to get underway shortly. It's starting to cloud over a little bit. I don't know why I started speaking like that. There we go. Please wait. The carts are waiting. I don't know. So hello to everybody who's just tuned in. We're just waiting for the senior Rotax race to get underway. So here we go then, a little bit of a wait, but we're underway for the senior Rotax heat number 1. So let's see how this one plays out today. We have a fairly nice grid out there today. 20 drivers altogether, a couple of unknown transponders. I'll try and help you, Simon. I'll try and help you. Timekeeper is Simon Whitty as usual. Did a TikTok about him yesterday, I think it was. These people have eyes on the back of their t-shirts. I don't think you'll be able to see it. Right then, let's see how this race goes underway. So 20 seniors, one of the biggest senior grids we've had for a little while. So hello to everybody who has just joined us, or returning this year that I've not seen for a while. Who knows? But let's see how this one plays out as we come down the main straight. And we are underway for this race for the senior Rotax here. So round Billy's we go. It's tight. Very, very tight. 3 wide in some places. Still making it 3 wide. 3 wide? That's a 51 who's... He was Jamie Burt's mad. Nearly going 3 wide as a big lock-up, and it's caused a bit of a jump for a couple of drivers back there, but nevertheless, we shall carry on. As we come down the main straight. So it's Bertie Wellesley who leads away with Dan Milner, Alfie Davies, Cameron Crockett. Then it's Unknown Transponder. So through the S's, it's C19 that is in 5th position. That's actually quite good, that actually. The 19 with Transponder 19. That is Finn Smith. I know that for sure. As we're still running on through this race here. We lost 2 drivers, Jacob Martin and Henry Stratton. He only had a new chassis and kart today. Saw it on his Instagram. Alfie Davis fast lap of 34.29. Currently in 3rd position out there. So around the hairpin we go, as still under yellow flags down there. Meanwhile, the 19 trying to get down the inside of the 88. Got him loose a little bit there. As we go through the right-hander, he has back down to allow Cameron Crockett to keep that position. But as we come on down, Here we go, the 19 on the outside at Billy's. Is that going to disrupt his position there? And it has done, unfortunately. A driver's got down his inside and has thrown him right off. The 23 of George Hunter, who goes out ahead. It is still yellow flags down at the hairpin for the minute. So that will lock out the battle down there. Finn Smith might go on to another charge, the number 19, as his name is finally on the screen. As the red flag is out. So your lineup was Bertie Wellesley, Dan Milner, Alfie Davis, Cameron Crockett. And the red flags are out for down at the hairpin. So all carts being told to go slowly around the hairpin. So we're only 2 minutes 19 into that race. I'll get you the track mic back out as well. Forgot I muted that. And we'll find out the news as it comes on through from Simon Whitty down in timing. But the two drivers involved at the start of that one was Jacob Martin and Henry Stratton. To which Henry actually had his new car out today. So hopefully it's not too badly damaged. So if you just tuned in, red flag conditions for the first senior Rotax race today. So I hear the lovely conversation from people. Straight from behind. But yeah, at the moment, this is where we stand with the current red flag situation. So we'll just take the things off the screen for the race as it is. We stay in under red flag conditions at the moment, as we still have no news of what's going to be going on. I think we will get a restart on this one, but we shall see how it goes. So recovery going down to the hairpin. Henry Stratton racing for LPR Racing there. One of the newer teams out this year. Patrick Patrick Williams Rahag, one of his teammates as well. That's what the... I believe that's what the R stands for in LPR. No, that's what the P... Rat trick! No, it's the P stands for an LPR. So we got movement on circuit as carts have been directed into the pits. So we'll get the updates as we carry on. We'll see what's gonna what's occurring. We'll see what's occurring. So it's going to be a full restart, and we'll be going for the 177s next. Let's get rid of that red flag overlay. So Henry Stratton there just walking down, as you can see on the right hand side of the screen. He is fine. Probably a bit battered and bruised from the little jump that he had in his kart there. So yeah, like I said, it's the 177s up next. I think we have the grid for them. We do. So we have 9 drivers altogether out there. So that's good to see. We've got a bit more of a bigger grid this time out, which is going to give us a little bit of extra racing from the 177s, as we don't normally get a high grid for the 177, so it's always nice to have a few extra turn up this round. Hopefully we'll get a bigger grid for them next month as well, but it's Derek Hunt and Matt Ogden who will be on the front row. Just watching the barrel art, guys. He's got his drill at the bottom with a axle on it, which I think is also sandpaper or cloth. That's a pretty good idea. Pretty good idea, that. So just got a few slight delays with a few changes going to our starting grid. Not starting grid, our starter. As our new starter coming down the main straight. Would say we'll get a bit of karaoke going. try and out the silence that we have in this part of the YouTube live stream. Please wait. The assistance is coming. Should we play I Spy? I Spy a my little eye, something beginning with O. Orange. That's not right. Time to stand. Watch, I am standing. Apple Watch. Make sure to stand. Anybody watching the British Grand Prix later on today? Because I know I'm not. If anybody does, do not spoil it. Well, actually, I think we all know who's going to win it anyway. But, yeah, who's watching it? I'll be watching it after today. So, after today's racing. So, let's see if what sort of race we get. McLaren's on 2nd and 3rd, which is an absolute shocker. One of the marshals on post 4, actually. You won't be able to see it, but she's wearing a Lando Norris. I think it's a signed Lando Norris top. Talking to her before the racing began today. She was like, Lando. I forgot I got a checkered flag button on this thing as well. Oh, I hear engines. Here we go. So a short delay. And we're underway. So it's the 177 and 177 Masters for their first heats. Last time out on round 5, 3 out of the 4 races they had was wet. And 9 times out of 10, they were all stuck on slicks. Yeah, made for an interesting round last time out. But nevertheless, 10-8 drivers out on the circuit. So let's see how this one goes. The 72 of Harrison Crook starting at the back, but we'll know his pace very, very quickly as he seems to fire on his tyres rather quickly. Just a reminder, 177s on the Maxxis Sports. Anyway, let's get underway for the start of this race then. And new starter, new race. Let's see how this goes. We go for the start here for race number 1 as we go into the Billies, through the S's and down the back straight, and that is, I believe that is the 16 of Matt Ogden who is out in front. We shall find out very shortly. So come around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Once again, that is, yes, the 16 followed by the 22, and then I think that is our usual man of Ian Branfield out in 3rd. Harrison Crook already charging through the field. So names on the left-hand side of the screen, as usual. And let's get your order. Is Ogden followed by Hunt, then Branfield. That is your top 3. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. The 61 of Ben Johnson, another regular here in 4th position with that charging Harrison Crook. Making easy and light work, saying light work as well. Ian Branfield comfortably around the inside of Derek Hunt and gets up into P2, into that 2nd position, and as such is now challenging Matt Ogden. So Ogden now got to defend off our all-time regular of the 46 of Ian Branfield as we go through Billy's, through the S's, and then down the back straight we go. So no changes from our top 5 just currently, but it is Ben Johnson and Harrison Crook starting to catch up to our leaders here in this race. Ogden still defending off Ian Branfield, who was sticking on his rear as Harrison Crook eats the curb with that kart and managed to avoid hitting any other karts. So he's there at the moment. He's trying to force his way down the inside at the hairpin. Someone's eager to get in front of the 61 of Ben Johnson, currently acting like a Fernando Alonso. Impossible to pass. So through the top bend we go, down the main straight. And here we go. Being challenged is Ian Branfield. I'm only joking. Ian Branfield's the one challenging Ogden, as Harrison Crook manages to get ahead of the 61 of Ben Johnson. Clean or not clean, unsure, as the 46 of Ian Branfield making more work down the insides as Ogden... Oh! Kart control 101 right there, as he had three... Well, he had one tyre on the grass, which was carrying him through the grass. And managed just to stay out in front, but that was impressive from Ogden. Managing to keep that kart under control and to keep going in this race. He's now behind Ben Johnson, so he's lost a bit of pace and a few positions. But nevertheless, he's going to try and charge back as soon as possible, just like Harrison Crook has been doing this race. So around the hair horseshoe we go. Ah, no, he said it wrong. Right-hander, and then towards the top bend we go. As we go from the top bend down the main straight. So Ian Branfield leading by just under a second, as Harrison Crook swiftly gets past Derek Hunt in second, and now is the man in second, the number 72. And his next target is Ian Branfield. These two have had battles many times in the past, and commentating for this nearly 3 years, I think this is now. Ian Branfield and Harrison Crook, always the two challenging throughout every month, really. So let's see how quickly this gap closes. It's 1.13 at the moment. Ogden is still a bit further behind Ben Johnson at the minute, as he is catching up to Hunt in P3. So it's a bit of an even Stevens at the moment. Seb Bulpin and Jason Baird, two at the back of the field, sticking with one another. So 1.13 was the gap, it's now 1.3. So Harrison Crook, is he losing pace at the end of this one, or is Ian Branfield just quicker? Well, times wise, last lap he was 0.2 quicker, Ian Branfield out in front, which will make a difference, as from 3rd down to 7th, all improving on their lap times. So at the moment, it is a question of when and where Harrison Crook is going to find his time and when he's going to be able to attack. The gap now 1.4, as Ian Branfield goes for the fastest lap of this race of a 35.14. As I think that was Jason Bear looking for the inside, but instead ends up on the curb. His front bumper behind his front wheel for a second there. As pinged back in front, and he's back up and going once more. So just over 2 and a bit minutes left on this race, and Ian Branfield still leading the way. The gap 1.3, but the more worrying part is Harrison Crook, who has just set the fastest lap of the race, a 35.13. He's knocked off a thousandth off of Ian Branfield's best. And the two of them really similar in pace at the moment. So the gap, 1.3. So we'll be looking at a change possibly a little bit further on. Derek Hunt also going faster. His gap is also 1.3. The gap now 1.4. So Ian Branfield with pace 1 lap and Harrison Crook shining every other lap so far. But with only just over a minute to go, is there going to be enough time to swap those positions around? Or is Harrison Crook going to be looking for that P2 for heat number 1? It is a question that we'll be asking for the, well, until the end of the race, really. As the whole field really just evenly out there. 43 is Seb Volpin grounding out there on one of the corners. I think it was on the horseshoe he was grounding out there. So the times-wise, Ian Branfield's still quicker out there. That means that gap is just going to get a little bit bigger. Derek Hunt's gap is closing. So Derek Hunt's got 3 seconds to Ian Branfield, but only 1.3 to Harrison Crook. Which begs the other question of, is Harrison Crook going to be at threat with 30 seconds to go roughly on the clock? There could be a change, there could not. Who knows? Once again, Ian Branfield 4/10 quicker at the moment. On to lap 14 of this race. And Harrison Crook still has that fastest lap mind, but the gap is closing behind Harrison Crook. It's 1.1. There isn't a lot of time left on this race. In fact, there's only one last lap to go as Ian Branfield comes down the main straight to take that last lap board. And we go for that last lap indeed. And all that gap is under a second now between Derek Hunt and Harrison Crook. Going around Billy's and through towards the S's as that gap is closing even quicker. Has Harrison Crook got a kart issue, or is it just genuine pace at the moment? Ian Branfield's gone the quickest out there overall, 35.03. But nevertheless, taking the checkered flag of this race for heat number 1. A little bit of a delay to the start of this one, but it is going to be Ian Branfield who takes the win for this race, followed by Harrison Crook. Then Derek Hunt. Ben Johnson will take 4th. Matt Ogden will take 5th after a little trip with one of his tyres in the grass. 6th will be Cameron Marston. And then the race between Seb Bulpin and Jason Bear will stick with 7th and 8th respectively. But that is your race for the 177 and 177 Masters after a little bit of waiting. So let's take that off of the screen for now, and we will go next to our previous race. Yep, we're getting the full restart for the senior Rotax, which is going to be out next as 34. It's okay. It was on camera. We'll he nearly ran into the building. We'll be back with the senior Rotax out next. I don't think the grid's going to be there. Nope. I lied. There's your grid for the Hondas, which are after the seniors, just to confuse everyone's brains. So once again, those that have just tuned in, if you did miss any of the racing in today, you'll be able to catch back up with all of it after the day's racing has been finished. I was about to say begun, but I thought, that's not right. That's not right, man. So once everything is finished, we'll be going back around once again. Right then, so this is a full restart, just to let you all know. So 8 minutes is back on the clock. And 18 drivers altogether. I don't think Henry Stratton will be back out again. So full restart. And good news for those who are wondering, Henry Stratton is back out there, so 21 drivers altogether. So that is good news for them as somebody gets wedged on the sausage curb. So we should be able to get going once again for the senior Rotax. A full restart, which gives everybody an opportunity to get back up and running again, as the 59 of Henry Stratton there at the back. Looking at bits of his car, he might have a bit of it scraping somewhere. So that might be where the scraping sound's coming from. Not good news when you've just got your new car out. Brand new fresh car he had. New car unluckiness there, I think. Right then, so coming down the main straight then, we're going to get ready to go back round again. As indicated with the full start and the round and round the golden hand. Da, 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 da. Whee! Sorry, that's the child coming out of me. So back round we go again. So it gives all the drivers opportunity to get your stuff going. Finn Smith 21st and 6th apparently. What's going on there? So Bertie Wellesley once again will get the opportunity to hopefully, mainly for him, keep that lead he had before the red flag over 8 minutes ago. So let's see if he'll be able to replicate that start. So from the top bend then, and we're going to go for the second time as we now go for accelerating off, and we are good to go this time round for the senior Rotax. This time nobody in the tyres and everyone into Billies. So through Billies we go, through the S's and down the back straight. Unfortunately the 62 and 74 are ahead of Bertie Wellesley this time. That's Dan Milner and Alfie Davies out in front there. So around the hairpin we go. Towards the horseshoe, as down the inside, darting down the inside of Bertie Wellesley there. I think that's a 23 of George Hunter. Your lineup on the left-hand side of the screen, and your drivers coming down the main straight. This time it's a change of events. So Dan Milner, Alfie Davis, George Hunter. Then we got Bertie Wellesley, Cameron Crockett, Finn Smith. It looks like Bertie's going down a few more positions now, though. Currently in, I think that is P7. Already being targeted as a lot of dives are happening out on circuit there. Going into the hairpin, loads of them trying to make a last-minute move. Last time out it didn't go to plan. As a cough. But your top three's tight. As we've got a pile-up down at Billy's. I just looked to my left and there's a pile-up. So around the hairpin we go. Yellow flags down at Billy's. Driver is over the fence, so we will still get your camera angle here. So you need to make your move before you get down to Billy's, as that will out the Billy's area for overtakes. And going through the S's and down the back straight, that is where it's going to be for the moment. And a lot of drivers getting up a few positions. Henry Stratton with some proper scraping going on out there. I think that might be his front bumper that's not playing part after the earlier incident. Nevertheless, though, our top drivers here in this race are very close together. You can see them here. It's Alfie Davies all the way back to Bertie Wellesley, who's just set the fast lap of this race of a 33.89. Someone's eager to get back going into that front position spot. But is he going to be able to pass him with over 5 minutes on the clock? Who knows? So around the hairpin. Down the inside goes to 29 on the 88. Bertie Wellesley follows through as well. Not literally. Ugh. What a thought to have. And gets a position up. So down the main straight. Still got yellow flags down at Billy's blind. And as such, yellows are in just after our front 8. Yeah, it is front 8, isn't it? No, front 7 are all past. Oh, it's going to annoy them a bit. So still no changes at the moment. Going into the horseshoe. Bertie Wellesley managing to stay ahead of Cameron Crockett for the minute. As we go towards the top bend and come down the main straight, we'll be going once again for another lap. The 23 sort of looking for the inside, and he does go down the inside. Someone else follows. That's Finn Smith, who follows around as well. So down from second to fourth for the 62 of Dan Milner. Finn Smith up into third. George Hunter up into P2. We've got some more changes going down at the hairpin as well. as we go into the horseshoe. Bertie Wellesley on the outside. So he's managing to stay tucked behind the driver in front of him. I think that might have been the 29 of Philip Rawson. But we shall find out. Coming down the main straight, you'll get those changes on the left-hand side of your screen. So there is the changes for George Hunter, Finn Smith and Philip Rawson as well. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. So back to the top bend we go. 3 minutes 29 on the clock. And the 74 Alfie Davies just having a quick look behind him as George Hunter goes ahead of the 74. Through the S's and down the back straight we go. Finn Smith also looking at the 74 as well. About the moment, we'll see how it goes. The 88 looking go down the inside at the hairpin, getting ahead of Bertie Wellesley. He's gone off track a little bit there. And is now staying stuck behind Cameron Crockett. So once more, we're back down. New leader this time, and Finn Smith already challenging the 74 as a 23, honking on the brakes there, and really slowing down the grid. Oh my, Alfie Davies got caught out in that one. He has dropped from second to fifth, charging back straight at the hairpin and up into fourth position there. So round into the horseshoe we go next. A defensive line into the horseshoe for the 74 to try and keep that position. As we all catch up to our top drivers here. And Finn Smith there in the Energy Course car coming down at the main straight now. Round at Billy's we go. The S's is the next destination. Our top three tight. And down the back straight we go in this race. So 1 minute 44 left on the clock. Finn Smith charging towards Hunter. Philip Rawson close behind, and then also Alfie Davies trying to get back up. He's gone back up to the top four. Our pole sitter Bertie Wellesley hanging on behind Cameron Crockett again still. Currently in 7th position. Meanwhile 8th and 9th, Jacob Martin and Nathan Guzzi. The two drivers just having a little battle out in that little mid-pack, and then Brody Skinner in P10, one of our novices and our highest novice out there at the moment. So there goes the top 7 as Bertie Wellesley is looking for the inside. Bit too far out for the minute as he holds back behind Cameron Crockett for the meantime. Down the back straight we go for those two. We're catching up though with two of our back markers in this race, and that is the 26 of Markin Kaminski. Hopefully I'm saying that right. And also Henry Stratton, who is there as well. We have lost 4 drivers in this race. Jamie Bradfield, Brandon Haig, Evie Pillane and Zach Fontenot. 3 of them in the pits. 11 laps ago. I think that was only on lap 3. 3 laps completed. As 21 seconds left on the clock. As the 26 unknown to the full challenge of the grid. And down the main straight we come for these guys. So it's the 23 that leads. Finn Smith right behind. 25 having to take a defensive line. Going through the S's. Whoa. The 74 with an uncomfortable leap over the S's curve there on this last lap. As we come on around once more. The 59 of Henry Stratton, known to the faster drivers behind our leaders. But nevertheless, we'll be coming up to the last lap anyway. And coming down the main straight then. And we'll be taking the checkered flag. It's going to be George Hunter in the end of this one. Followed by Finn Smith, who got a contact warning just at the end of that race there. Philip Rawson third, Alfie Davis fourth. Bertie Wellesley will take P5 at the end of that one, managing to get ahead of Cameron Crockett in sixth. Dan Milner in seventh. Jacob Martin eighth. Nathan Guzzi ninth. And then Jack Maiden will round out your top 10 at the end of that race there. And losing 4 drivers altogether: Jamie Bradfield, Brandon Haig, Evie Pillane, Zach Fontenot, and your top novice, Brody Skinner. There's a couple of drivers come back over the line again. So there we go then, ladies and gentlemen. That is all the first heats completed after a short delay. And we get to go around the order once again. It's 12:20 on the clock. I'm a little bit peckish. So let's see how it goes. Here's a grid then for the Honda and Rotax cadets for their second heat today. Let's see who is where at the start of this one. Like I said, it's a 50-50 split for novices and non-novices. And at the top of that one is Ethan Coupland and Alfred Matthews on the front row. Ethan on second. And Nikita Roberts starts in 7th this time round. Tommy Morris 12th. And let's see how this one goes for the cadets here. Very comfortable race with our cadets, as they shown at the start of today. Once again, with reading out the orders at the end of each race, it is all provisional. If you want to see the results, they'll be available online as we go throughout today. That's results.alphatiming.co.uk/CPKC. I know that off by heart. Right then. Just heard someone say, do you have a spare pen on you? Oh, they're downstairs. Hello. Man, it's nice and cool up here. I swear, every time it comes to Kart Club Championships, it gets cloudy and cold. It's standard Clay, innit, really? Right then. Alrighty then. Let's get underway for the cadets. For their second heat of today. 14 drivers altogether. Looking for a competitive grid. As it looks like someone left their... I think that might be someone's spanner. Whoops. Someone forgot to take it off the coat. Yes, I do rewatch everything I say in these commentary things. That's why I do TikTok. Take the mickey out of myself. Right then, so to the top bend and down the main straight we come. I can't be losing my voice already. Let's get ready for this race then, and we're underway straight away for the Honda and Rotax cadets for their second heat of today. Let's see who challenges where in this race here. And challenging at the front is 2 drivers specifically. It's the 43 and the 27. And I think Charlie White's in that pack as well, in 4th position. So the winner of the last one was the number 50 of Callenberg. And we'll see how this one plays out for these guys. And girls. Ethan Coupland, Alfred Matthews, Luke McGall, Callenberg, like I just mentioned, and then Charlie White. He finished P3 on the road out there. And I have to say on the road because the races are separate per class. Charlie White was second in the Hondas. Running order now on the left-hand side of your screen as well, as Nikita Roberts trying to challenge the 77 of Dewey Hockridge out on circuit, just going into the horseshoe. But meanwhile, your top 8 drivers altogether still within reaching distance of one another, and the 12 being in that lot as well. Fastest out there is Callenberg. sort of want to say I'm not surprised with a 41.63 in the early stages of this race. As the 12 of Charlie White there getting rather close to Kallenberg. But meanwhile, going around the hairpin, the horseshoe will be the next destination. And then we're going to go to the top bend. There's not too much changes out there at the moment. Kallenberg still sitting in a P4 at the moment. Copeland is still leading the way with a 2/10 gap is what we're getting at the moment. So going around through the S's, down the back straight, and the 43 of Copeland had a terrible line through the S's. It slowed him right down and has brought Matthews and McGall into the fight once again. Kallenberg also just lingering in the background there as we're too wide going into the horseshoe. 15 on the outside, which is going to allow the 50 of Kallenberg straight through. If you can get enough speed and stay on the outside, you might get ahead going into the right-hander. God, allergies everywhere. Right. So through the S's, down the back straight we go. The 12 overtaken by the 77. The 27, sorry, leads away, which is Alfred Matthews. Alex, there isn't a 23 out there. Open your eyelids. As we come down the main straight, that is the 50 of Kallenberg, already up into P2. I think that is the 43 of Copeland trying to go down the inside at Billy's. Did he manage to stick that one through? Going through the S as we come. Down the back straight, the 43 getting overtaken by the 72 again. Finley Thursfield. Where is this pace coming from, young man? As he is already up into our top position spots here. He is currently running in 7th position. Sorry, it was Dewey Hawkridge that was making these positions as well. But still, Finley Thursfield. He is sticking with the top of this pack here in this race, as it was side by side with the 77. So Hawkridge really getting some pace here in these last few stages of the race. Just over halfway. Around the hairpin we come, and then towards the horseshoe. Are we still going to see anything from these drivers here in this current situation? Kallenberg going for a 2 out of 2 of race-wise at the current time. So let's see how it turns out as we continue through. If you're wondering how I'm getting my information, it's the results from heat number 1 on the left-hand side of my own screen, just to give you some more information as I can throughout the racing. Sometimes it's hard, sometimes it's not, just like the number 12 who just swung by the 43. Charlie White up into P5. Charlie White in the last few races actually shining in his racing so far, making some superb progress. And it is really showing now as he's going around the right-hander towards the top bend, where his next destination, I think, is the number 77 of Copeland. But Charlie White, hello. 77 challenging Luke McGall, who's possibly going to lose position going into Billy's. He's on the outside, so will concede that position going through the S's. And White now right behind McGall. That oddly rhymed. Charlie White really trying to get that position here, going into the horseshoe next. Keeping tabs on him at that 1 second gap for the 50 of Kallenberg. He's been unleashed, I think is the words I'm going to be using there, as it's a 1x2x2 for our top 5, as Charlie White is on the left-hand side of your eyes, but on the right-hand side of the track. Will he be able to stay in the inside? He does not, going into Billy. Stays behind for now, as around Billy's we go through the S's. and then down the back straights. If you want to rewatch any of the moves made in this race, you'll have to wait until after today, just like I have to watch the British Grand Prix. So around the horseshoe we go. The 77 is in second position. Dewey Hockridge, one of the Rotax Cadet drivers out there. I don't know why I stumbled on my words then. But Hockridge, Kallenberg, he's just walking away. The gap right now is 1.8 seconds. That is what we have at the minute. Charlie White staying in 5th. Elijah West going fastest out on circuit at the moment with a 40.79. Currently in 6th position. The 99 there going down the back straight with Ethan Copeland behind. Penny Thursfield staying out in 8th with Nikita Roberts behind. Currently just staying comfortably behind Thursfield. But nevertheless, 27 seconds left on the clock. Kallenberg stays in the lead for a 2 out of 2 for this current stage, and it looks like it will be for the end of this race at the moment. 1.8 seconds is that gap. Charlie White trying to look down the inside before getting to the S's. As blue flags are waved for our back marker, which is the 71 of Alexander Mansfield. Kallenberg catching rather quickly there. Meanwhile, we're going to our pack for 3rd, which is actually the big threat here. Matthews, last time round on the previous lap, was in 3rd. Is it going to be changing as we're nearly 3 wide? My eyeballs and brain trying to catch up of what I witnessed in there, and I think it's Charlie White who's sort of benefited from that one, as he is the one that is in 3rd or 4th. I think I'm going to say 4th as we're running through. But it is going to be a 2 out of 2 for the 50 of Kallenberg, and Hockridge will be taking his 2nd position here. Last time out he was only in 7th, so very big successful jump for him. But nevertheless, coming over the start-finish line for the 2nd win of the day, 2 out of 2. It is Kallenberg who will take the checker flag. Dewey Hockridge 2nd, Alfred Matthews 3rd. Elijah West will take 4th to match his last time out performance. Charlie White in 5th, Luke McGall 6th, Ethan Copeland 7th, Finley Thursford 8th. Nikita Roberts will finish out in P9. And we'll have to wait for our P10 because they're coming down the main straight. And that is going to be the number 79 of Tommy Morris. So, top novice is going to be Elijah West once again in this race. But there you go. Your winner, provisional winner, is Kallenberg. So let's give you the grid then for our next one. It is Intermax, and last time out it was Rook Thompson who won that race. Will he be able to replicate that? He's on pole again. Let's find out over the course of our next race here at Clay Pigeon Raceway. Ooh, it's getting windy. So just like last time out, we'll be running you through the formation lap and then our first lap out. Intermax, once again, like I said, 3 drivers altogether this time out. So hopefully, fingers crossed, more out next time. But, like I said, Intermax, Brooke Thompson won it last time out, as he actually had it from the start of the race. So we should be seeing some performance from him today. What it's going to be, is it going to be a clean sweep from the number 11? We shall find out, because we still have 8 minutes to fly through on this race, and that also means 8 minutes of 3 karts going around. Which Intermax driver is going to have it? As the three of them going on round, you can hear the low revs of the Intermax. God, I don't know why I do that sometimes. So let's see how this one's go. A little crowd forming over down at the fence line. Got a massive group down at the grandstands, but nevertheless we should be going for the Intermax heat number 2, and the 11 of Rook Thompson straight out into the lead here. So around Billies, through the S's, and down the back straight we go. Is the 14 going to be able to hang on to the back at the start of this race? So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. And then the next destination is going to be the top bend. As we come round, your times are on the left-hand side of your screen. When I say times, I mean running order. And then this will be your thing for now. So we'll give you the live timing screen for everybody here at the YouTube live stream, and we'll be back a little bit later on to continue the rest of the racing. But it's Intermax Heat 2. So there's the results for the Intermax, which Thompson takes the win again. Right, now that I've got a bag of squashies, let's get the grid ready for the Junior Rotax Heat number 2. A grid that is rather competitive. Last time out was Joshua Withcombe who won that race. So let's see if he'll be able to do that one. Again. So, 23 drivers out on circuit. Logan Bennett and Ellis Snow, I think, are the two out in front. I didn't actually see the grid order, as the race came out quicker than I could see. As they're all now going around, all gridded up, ready to go. Wild Mr. Lewis Halliday out on in his big fluffy coat. He's not used to the conditions up here. He's been up here for like the last couple of months at the kart shop. Yeah, I don't think he's used to the weather yet. Wait until winter, mate. Right then, let's get ready to rumble. Let's get ready. So, to the top end we go. It's a slow start. Not gonna lie, it's not looking promising. So, down we come. But we are racing. And we are underway for this one. So, around it through Billy's we go. Everyone's staying on circuit. Going in towards the S's. It's stable. But who knows how it's going to run off in this one. Out in front is the 15 of Logan Bennett. But your running order on the left-hand side of the screen before usual. So we've got to turn that one off. But it's Logan Bennett followed by Ellis Snow, Archie Buttle, William Antrobus, then Jasmine Taylor, then Arthur Thacker, Lewis Goff, Charlie Cottage, Jack West, and Harry Gilbert. That is your top 3 for this race here. I try not to blind myself too much. I realise my blinds were wide open. So coming around the top bend, that gap for Logan Bennett is open as anything. So down the main straight we come. More than fly on in through the S's. Down the back straight, your top 3 unchanged at the moment. Sorry, Antrobus up into second by 2 positions there. Missing some stuff, as usual. As a lot trying to dive down the inside, some squeezed out onto the outside using the dipped curb. That's the exit of the horseshoe, which is a bit unique for that corner. Just helps you swing on around. But it's Logan Bennett, William Antrobus, Archie Buttle, Ellis Snow, Arthur Thacker, Lewis Goff, Jack West, Jasmine Taylor, Harry Gilbert, Billy Edgecombe, your top 3. Potentially some more changes at the back of that one. It is absolutely action-packed where the 33 of Will Swales is. And that is right down the order. It's midfield, right bang in the middle. Where also Lucas Howell is currently left at the moment. But coming down the main straight, it's the 15, 57, 24, still unchanged as the rest of the grid comes on through. So around Billy's we go, and that is the 57, Antrobus still in second. At the moment, Withcomb's down in 16th position in this race, so caught in that midfield. So not looking too good for him after this one, but Bennett just playing it cool in the top position, but at threat by 2 other drivers off the 57 and 24. Going into Billy's we go. I think that was Archie Buttle using a lot of the curve going through the slight left-hander as he dives down the inside of the S's. following the 57 through. And as such, Logan Bennett down a couple of positions in this race. Also right behind, I think that is the 28 of Ellis Snow that might be joining into this party. And is indeed, has Jack West behind as well. So all changing at the front of this grid. And we're just not even halfway yet. So still more to come. So Billy's has more changes possibly. 57, 28, 92 unchanged from our top 5. As the gap between Jack West and Arthur Thacker, who is at threat of Lewis Goff, is 1.8 seconds. He's 2.8 seconds behind our leader at the moment, meaning that our top drivers all within a second of each other, which is rather impressive, especially when we're halfway through this race as we go. Antrobus still leads the way, followed by Archie Buttle, Logan Bennett, Jack West, Ellis Snow. Fastest out there is Billy Edgecombe in the number 23 with a 34.65. And it's amazing to see that midfield pack is still just chock-a-block. The 33 of Will Swales still he's just in there. So is Joshua Withcombe, race 1's winner. But with still over 3 minutes to go, not sure what we're going to get. More changes out of Billy's, too wide in some positions, as it's a bit of a parking grid for 3 of the drivers at the back of this circuit there. Back of the field, one of them having to get out, unfortunately, of his car. I think he's trying to get it going again, as they all got tangled. But meanwhile, we're back to our front runners and still unchanged, with Archie Buttle unable to close the gap or get in front. Billy's out of play for the minute, so no overtaking here, and neither at the S's. So we're still carrying on through this race, and it looks like that driver is now having to retire. So we've lost 2 drivers in this race. I believe that was Billy Vaught that was out of this race. And Charlie Cox, who went in the pits on 2 laps ago as well. So he must have been in that little mixer that happened there. And that was within that massive field of other drivers. It's happening again as we go into the S's. It's just squabble, squabble, squabble as one retires. Yeah, one retiring at the exit of the S's. It's all going on here in the later stages of this race, but your leaders still unchanged. The 24 is rather close now this time though, which is forcing Antrobus to go into a defensive line and a defensive mode. He doesn't have to worry too much about the S's in the back straight. If he can gain a bit of position in those areas, he'll be fine. But into the hairpin we go. The 24 looks for a move and stay behind. That gap opening up and opened up an opportunity to the 92 and also the 15 of Logan Bennett, both getting by Archie Buttle there, clean as you like. And there we go, Archie Buttle down into P4. Will they be able to fight again with 53 seconds remaining through the S's, and down the back straight we go. Only 1 contact warning this race, and it was quite a while ago, and it was Lewis Goff. But otherwise, the clean sheet is still there for this race. So around the horseshoe we go, towards the right-hander next. It's a little bit squabbly where Lucas Howell is, managing to gain a position at the exit of the horseshoe. But down the main straight we come. Antrobus still leads the way. Jack West second, Logan Bennett third, Archie Buttle fourth, Ellis Snow fifth. Lucas Howell really leaning into another overtake, and it has done at the S's. Still no changes from our top 5. With 2 seconds to go, so that does mean we'll be looking for our last lap very shortly. I think Lucas Howell losing positions again. We'll find out. I can't tell where he has been moving up and down the order constantly. So last lap then, Antrobus still leads the way, but that gap is only a 10th. So really at threat here, as we've got a few drivers wide going into the S's. Archie Buttle in that lot with the 15. Logan Bennett down to 5th. They missed the move between those drivers there as we go around the horseshoe. The 92 trying to get at Antrobus, who last time out was P5, making up 10 positions in that race, but nevertheless taking the checker flag. It's going to be Antrobus, followed by Jack West. Archie Buttle will get 3rd in the end of that race. Then it'll be Ellis Snow 4th, Logan Bennett 5th, Arthur Thacker 6th, Billy Edgecombe 7th, Lewis Goff 8th. Lucas Howell rounds out your top 9, and Benjamin Bartlett in P10. Your top novice in that race is Harvey Lee Winteridge, and it's Joshua Withcombe, race 1's winner, who will be the fastest out there with a 34.53. So that is your results for that one. Provisional, as always, as we go along today. Okay then, so we're on to the seniors next. And last time out, it was George Hunter who won the race. Finn Smith 2nd, Philip Rawson's 3rd. So let's have a look for your grid for the senior Rotax. And it's Jack Maidman and Patrick Williams-Rahag who will be on the front row there. So let's see how that plays out a little bit later on. And yeah, if you want to rewatch any of the races today, then check back a little bit after the finals, where the full live stream replay will be available to watch. So just got to wait for the stuff to fly onto circuit whilst I munch into some squashies. Sours. You're not that sour. He didn't sound happy. The first words he said, I want to report that. It's all go in the juniors, isn't it? There's a munch on my thing. So we're just waiting for these recoveries to go on through, and then we'll be able to kickstart off the senior Rotax race. The winner of the last one was George Hunter, and he won it by only a 10th, so it was rather close at the end of that one. That included that red flag that we had from earlier. Henry Stratton was in that one. He did finish out in 16th. That is with a penalty. Full results and why he got that penalty available on the results page if you go through the Clay Pigeon Kart Club website, or results.alphatiming.co.uk/CPKC, then click on round 6. We flash the weather and kaboom! 20 degrees. 20 degrees. It's not 20 degrees. I'm stood in here and it's cold. I cheated on that overlay. It's from the website. It's hidden on the website though. You can't find it. Actually, I think you can find it. Yeah, if you go to claypigeonkartclub.com/weather, you get it on your phone as well. provided to you by weather.com, not sponsored. We'll have another squashy. BBC says it. Oh no, I've just eaten some squashies and they're coming out. Right, now that I can actually speak, here we go then for the Senior Rotax Heat number 2. Like I said, Patrick Williams-Rahag fresh off of his novice plates on the front row with Jack Maidman. So this is going to be a challenge and a half for him. A lot of quick drivers behind the 95 and 17. Jack Maidman being one of those, actually. So will Patrick will be able to stay there. Will be on the outside going into Billy. So we'll need a good start here. Let's see how this one plays out. So, Senior Rotax, Heat number 2. Let's see how we go to begin this race. So, coming down the main straight we come. And we are underway straight away in this race. And we're straight into Billy's. Patrick defending off the guy that was in 4th position there. And is behind the 45. The 17 staying out ahead of the pack for the minute. So around the horseshoe, round towards the horseshoe. Towards the top bend we go, and running order on the left-hand side of your screen. Let's get this running order underway. Patrick Williams-Rahag already at threat by all the other drivers behind him. There's Jack Maidman, Jamie Burt, Bertie Wellesley, Evie Pillane, Patrick Williams-Rahag, Nathan Guzzi, Alfie Davies, Philip Rawson, Dan Miller, Finn Smith. There you go. At the S's, I look over. And Patrick is swamped by the rest of the grid there. So he loses a couple more positions, but meanwhile, around the hairpin we go for them. Meanwhile, at the front is the 17, 51 and 48. Bertie Wellesley trying to replicate his beginning performance from the first half. Or the first small little Senior Rotax race that we had. But nevertheless, we keep going once more. Down the main straight we come, and the 19 ahead of the 95. So does Cameron Crockett. And Patrick falling down the grid order. I think that's P12 now. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. As we go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe for them. As it's all going out in front. The 19 trying down the inside. The 15 nearly had the inside line for the right-hander. We're still going through in this race. Bertie Wellesley goes fastest out there. 34.37. Proper got his head in the game here as we go down the back straight. Around the right-hander. Down the hairpin we go. I'm getting all the corners mixed up now. I don't know what's going on. Around the horseshoe we go. The 56, Evie Pillane. First time I've actually mentioned her racing today. Last time I mentioned her, she was out in race number 1. But she is back in true strong force once again. So unchanged by your top 5. Evie Pillane now goes fastest, 33.97. As we go through the S's down the back straight, that is Bertie Wellesley ahead. Yes, ahead of Jamie Burt. It's also allowing Evie Pillane to get ahead in the game as well. She is now currently behind Bertie Wellesley. So some strong performance making up here. Meanwhile, at the back, the 66 getting ahead of the 95. Jamie Bradfield ahead of Patrick Williams-Rahag. But meanwhile, Jack Maidman with a gap from the start. But 1.1 is the gap between him and Bertie Wellesley. Evie Pillane right behind. And we've got Jamie Burt, Philip Rawson in this lot. Where's Finn Smith in this lot? 7th. Currently making strong progress in this race as per usual in true Finn Smith fashion. So around the horseshoe. top bend, and then down the main straight we go once more. And Evie Playne just staying behind Bertie Wellesley for the minute. As we have no changes between those two at the moment. Bertie Wellesley just staying out ahead. Was a little bit slower than Evie on the last one. But she is staying strong behind Bertie Wellesley. Jack Maidman still has that lead. So as we're going through the hairpin towards the horseshoe, unchanged from our top three. And Bertie Wellesley and Evie Playne playing it safe and trying to catch up with Jack Maidman. That gap was a second a few laps ago. It's now dropped to half a second. And now that's going to be even less for sure. It is indeed. 3/10 is the gap. And Bertie Wellesley going for the win this time. He is willing and raring to go after that previous race. Meanwhile, back down in fourth position, Philip Rawson is 1.1 seconds behind our top three drivers. And currently 1.6 seconds behind our front runner of Jack Maidman, who now that gap is even smaller. Bertie Wellesley really strong here in this race currently. Last round, he challenged for that P1 and actually won Heat 1. Won Heat 2 last time out. He even left a comment that he won as well on the last one, bless him. But round we go, around the horseshoe. Right-hander and towards the top bend. Bertie going for the right-hand side. Is he going to do it at Billy's? He's down the inside, doesn't have the pace. Evie Playne's had to slow right down. Fourth position's coming into play now. Philip Rawson in this game. Bertie's attempt didn't work. He's lost a lot of time to that front runner of Jack Maidman. He's now having to defend off Evie Playne, who had to avoid hitting Bertie Wellesley. He tried, failed, but we're going again. Top bend. Down the main straight. Contact warning given to Finn Smith. Which is a random one I've managed to spot out there. Or the other messages on the right-hand side of the screen there. Including the best lap time and Compsec as well on there. That overlay changes every time, I swear. So around the horseshoe we go. Evie Playne is right on the rear of Bertie Wellesley, but Bertie Wellesley also trying to get back up to speed to Jack Maidman. Is the gap going to be the same again? It's real tight. He's trying it again. The same move again. He tries the inside, doesn't get it, goes wide, but this time it doesn't work out. And this time he's down to fourth. Evie Playne straight through. 29 of Philip Rawson through. And now he's at threat of Alfie Davies. This one didn't go well for him at all. Second time and not a charm. And with 41 seconds to go in this race, is he going to be able to get back up there once again? Finn Smith's in sixth. Jamie Burke went and did his personal best of a 34.28. And George Hunter down there as well. Dan Milner down into 10th. We've got Gino Cook and Brody Skinner, who's made up 2 positions. Patrick Williams-Rahag down to 16th position after starting on pole. His race not going too well at all out there. Currently just a second slower than our front runners at the moment. Speaking of front runners, down the main straight they come. Evie Playne straight on the back of Jack Maidman this time. Both on the defensive. And, he nearly went through both. Philip Rawson taking advantage of that one. And it looks like if you battle for Jack Maidman, you're going back and not Jack. So Maidman stays out ahead. Rawson into second, and Evie Pillane will go down to third with Bertie Wellesley in P4. Oh, and by the way, this was the last lap. So coming down the main straight then. Coming is your winner for this one. Whoa, that was close. It's Jack Maidment, followed by Philip Rawson, then Evie Pillane. Bertie Wellesley will take P4 for that race. Followed by Alfie Davies, Finn Smith, Jamie Burt, George Hunter, Cameron Crockett, and then Dan Milner. That is your top 10. Fast lap goes to Evie Pillane, 33.97. The only driver to get into the 33s. And top novice is Gino Cook in the number 24. Provisional results as always, and they'll be available online once they are available. Right then, so we're on to our 177s. Last time out, Ian Branfield won it. So let's see if we can do the same again. It looks like the 59 is still dealing with that scraping. So Ian Branfield and Seb Bulpin will be on the front row. I do read that second poll for some reason. Read left to right like a book. Once again, if you do want to rewatch any of this footage from today, then you'll be able to rewatch them back after the YouTube live stream has been finished. Right, anyway, we're on to the formation lap then for the 177 and 177 Masters. Like I said, last time out, Ian Branfield was the winner of that one with Harrison Crook only P2. He starts at the back again. He's just going to show off, isn't he? All seriousness note, Harrison Crook has mega pace around here, and he's going to be showing that once again as he comes around the horseshoe. And we go towards the right-hander to get ready for this race. Who do you reckon is going to win this one, and who's going to win it? Ian Brownfield's out on the front row, so will he take it from the start? Top end is where we lie. As I cough away into the microphone. Down the main straight we come, and spread. Very, very spread, but we're underway for the start of this race as we go into Billy's. Croaky voice Alex is back again. Through the S's and down the back straight, that is going to be... Oh my god, that was a voice crack. Right, I sort of got my voice back, so we'll see how it goes. I don't know why it's just disappeared off of them, out of my brains. So it was Jason Bear, Ian Branfield, Seb Bulpin, then Harrison Critlin, Cameron Marston, Matt Ogden, Derek Hunt, then Ben Johnson. So that's possibly still changing. My voice is somewhat there still. Hopefully we'll be good in a bit. But there we oh no. What's going on? So in the lead is the 46 of Ian Branfield, followed by the 50 of Jason Bear. Seb Bulpin, then Harrison Crook, Cameron Marston, Matt Ogden, Derek Hunt, Ben Johnson. So that one is unchanged as Harrison Crook into P3. My voice is still cracking massively right now. So we'll see how this one plays out over the next course of a minute. I'm not going to try and rest my voice unexpectedly. See how it goes. I'll be back in a few minutes. So then, Ian Branfield's leading the way. My voice is half there. So do excuse me for any coughing or voice cracks. But Ian Branfield's still leading the way. It's deja vu-ish from last time. With Ian Branfield first, Harrison Crook second, Jason Bear third, Seb Bulpin fourth. So there is that one for you all. So not much change actually from the grid when watching through this, whilst trying to reclaim my voice vocals. But Jason Bear's just trying to hang on to the back of Harrison Crook. The gap not really closing or opening, but Ian Branfield with probably the biggest gap of today so far of 5.1 seconds. So with 8 drivers, well actually 7 drivers in total, running at the moment, we're not looking at too much of a change. Derek Hunt did pop into the pits after 5 laps of the race. But yeah, not too much going on. Harrison Crook and Jason Bear both slightly getting quicker on their delta times. Just saying that so I can sound a bit smarter. As you can actually see the 50 of Jason Bear really quickly closing that gap up as we keep on moving. But as you can see, Ian Brownfield just keeping that lead. It's 4 seconds now, that gap. With 28 seconds to let's just get up to 30. What? Oh man, my voice. But yeah, still Ian Brownfield leading the way. He's sort of gone slow at this last stage of the race. His lap times have increased from the second gap that he did have. Now it's, well, it's gone down a second to what it was, down to a 3.4 second gap. Which, has he got issues, or is he just waiting for somebody else to come and have a bit of a battle with? Nevertheless, it is still Ian Brownfield out ahead with the last lap board out on circuit. And the gap now 2.7. So Harrison Crook, for the last 2 or 3 laps, he's been lapping about just under a second quicker, which is quite a lot of time when you look at it. So is plenty of time for Ian Brownfield to comfortably take the checkered flag in first. But is he got an issue? We will never know. But it's Ian Brownfield, followed by Harrison Crook, Jason Bears, Seb Polpin, Ben Johnson, Matt Ogden, and then Cameron Marston. That is your provisional result for the 177 and 177 Masters. So, checking out the grid for the Honda and Rotax Cadet then. So, we're going to be looking at heat number 3, and with Kallenberg with a 2 out of 2 so far. So that starts on this second row alongside Dewey Hockridge. Charlie White and Luke McGall at the front. Charlie White finished 5th last time out. Starts on pole. Let's see how this one goes. So, out on circuit they come. Let's get ready for this race then. It is... You can tell I use the same template for all the overlays. Let's get ready for the Honda and Rotax Cadet then. We are looking at 14 drivers once again. And we could be looking at a challenge for Charlie White out in front. He's got some speedy demons behind him. Right then, towards the top bend we go. And down the main straight we come, and we are going straight away in this race as my voice just goes. My voice has gone again. I really don't know what's going on with my voice today, but there we are. Right then, so going into the hairpin then, it's still the number 12 that, Horseshoe then, it's the number 12 that still leads the way in this race. So towards the top bend, down the main straight. And it is the 12 of Charlie White that is staying in front. Luke McGall challenging right on the rear. and is giving us what is that top 3. Also in that top 3 is Dewey Hockridge. Kallenberg's fallen back a little bit compared to last time. He's normally straight at the top, so he's not had the best of starts. And going into the hairpin, he's tapped someone out of the race. There's no way other to put it. Watch live. Alex ages 30 years and 20 seconds. Yeah. I don't know what's going on with my voice. But yeah, I'm battling through old age. Right then, so let's go back to the top of the commentary and to the top of the grid. So what are we looking like out in front? And out in front is the 12 of Charlie White. That is the driver leading the way at the moment to the 77 of Dewey Hockridge. Kallenberg given that contact warning for the pit maneuver. That's about 3 times I've had to say that today. So Dewey Hockridge right on the back of the 12 of Charlie White. As we go through Billy's, not too much of a change there. But nevertheless, we carry through. Luke McGall staying in that top 3. Nikita Roberts not as a fast exit out of the S's. She has Kallenberg behind. And he is a fast driver. Around the horseshoe to the right-hander. And then the top bend we go for those 2 drivers as the sun shines at Clay. 77 down the inside and gets ahead way before Billy's. So 77-12, then 15, as I pin that hilarious, actually quite hilarious comment by Simon Whitty. Hello. So down the main straight we come, and it's kind of evenly spread here at this stage of the race. Not as spread as it usually is. Nikita Roberts is trying to defend off Ethan Copeland in 6th and 7th, a battle for 6th. Out there, and then it's a race for the novices with Finley Thursfield leading that pack in 8th position. Very strong start from that driver today for sure. Can't remember if he's done previous rounds here, but nevertheless he is doing well today at within the top 10. So coming down the main straight then, is that gap going to close between Dewey Hockridge and Charlie White? I think it did. Not by much though, but not by much is still progress nevertheless. As Charlie White looking for his first win of the day. Kallenberg not going to get a 3 out of 3 at the moment for current races completed. Or to be completed anyway. Is Hockridge or White that is going to be challenging that top position, as Kallenberg's still got to get past Matthews and McGall, who are the 2 drivers ahead. He is currently 2.8 seconds behind the leader of Hockridge, as Charlie White does a personal best, closes the gap to 0.28. Luke McGall in 3rd position is being caught up by Kallenberg, who is in 4th. So swap between Kallenberg and Matthews. So this could play out interesting with the under 3 minutes left on the clock. All drivers still running out on circuit. Elijah West in 8th, Finley Thursfield 9th. And just a reminder that the races are technically separate out there. But who is going to be first overall out of all the cadets? So Dewey Hockridge, Charlie White, Luke McGall, then Kallenberg, your top 4, as Matthews a little bit far from our top 4 runners. currently 1.1 seconds that gap. Kallenberg just flying through today's races and tried down the inside of McGall, but it didn't work. He's actually lost a little bit of time there going and doing that. So McGall unfazed, really, just carrying on as normal. So to the top bend, is it going to get done down the main straight? We shall find out in a few moments' time. He already peeks around to the other side, and the speed of that driver, he's got the inside line at Billy's and will take it at Billy's and make sure that gap before the S's is closed right off. The Kallenberg does not want McGall down his inside before the S's as we go into the hairpin. Charlie White having a quick look behind him to see what's going on. He's got a current gap of 1.8 seconds. Kallenberg now 2.2 seconds to the lead with over a minute and 10 left on the clock. So look at the digiboard to make sure that Alpha is correct. Because it does skip nowadays. Just like my voice, apparently. So Matthew's trying to catch up with this little pack what we got going on here. But what I can see, not too much going on from our front runners for the meantime. There is still lots of racing time left to go. As we're going around in 41 seconds, so we are looking at least 2 more laps. This one and one after that. So 2 more laps and for Charlie White. Kallenberg has to close up a 1.7 gap, which might be possible from him in the course of this lap. It's going to be a challenge for him to do that, mind, as I try and get the right camera angle. Elijah West is up into the top 7 now with a best lap time of 40.74. He's matched Kallenberg's time out there, so he's not the only speedy devil out on circuit. So down the main straight we come to the last lap board with Dewey Hawkridge, Charlie White, then Kallenberg, which is a 1.4 gap. So we'll watch this as we go around. So through the S's and down the back straight. And Charlie White still just staying in P2. Around towards the horseshoe. Towards the top bend we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're coming to the checkered flag now. So coming down the main straight then, after the last lap of this race, checkered flag goes out to the number 77, who's very happy with that win. Followed by Charlie White, then Kallenberg, who doesn't get 3 out of 3 wins today. In third position, Luke McGall 4th, Alfred Matthews 5th, Elijah West 6th, Ethan Copeland 7th, Nikita Roberts 8th, Fenny Thursfield 9th, Edison Burrows 10th. At the end of that one, really wasn't, because Tommy Morris was right behind. Still a couple more drivers come over the line, but your top novice is Elijah West, and fastest out there was combined Kallenberg and also the 99 novice of Elijah West. Hey, Jack Dobson, good evening from Thailand. Cool. So we've got Egypt, Czech Republic, Thailand. I love it. Brilliant. Hello everyone. Watching from wherever you are. If you do miss any of the racing, just a reminder that the racing races will be available after the events have completed here today, because there is no rewind feature on the live stream. I have disabled it. Squashy time, ready for the Intermax, heat number 3. Rook Thompson's not on pole, but he's on the front row still. So they're going around for their formation lap here. We're going to keep you with this live stream for... You're all going to go and... I have to rest my voice for this race. Only 3 drivers out on circuit, and spreads easily. Cold buds and go-karting, love it too. Crack open a beer. Meanwhile up here it's just cold and go-karting. Just cold. Screw it. So then they're going for the formation up. They're going on to the right-hander, which you can see under the running order there. This is all taken from Alpha. All of my overlays are either custom made or from Alpha Timing. Just a fun fact from me. As we come down the main straight, we're underway for the race start here. We'll guide you through the first lap as we go around the Billies, through the S's, down the back straight. It's the 11 that takes the straights for now. But like I said, the Intermax Heat 3 is underway. So, my voice is not a 40-year-old man. That's getting old. It's sort of back. It's junior Rotax time, heat number 3. So last time out for the juniors, William Antrobus won that race. So let's see how this one goes. So let's see how that one, this one, that one, everyone else goes. Jack Dobson, Neverline. Lol. I did know what you mean, by the way. Right then, let's see how this one goes. For this one, 33 and 34. Random grids goes. That is pretty mad. 33 and 34 at the front. Let's see what we get as I go towards the top bend now. So down the main straight, let's see what we get. And we're going straight away for this race. So through biddies we go. Everyone's staying out on track for the minute through the S's. Parking the bus in some places. One driver staying well out of the way. So we go into and around the horseshoe. It's a 34 that leads the way to 92, I believe that is. And towards the top bend we go. So, order on the left-hand side of the screen. Packed out there. So, it's Archie Lyons followed by Jack West, Daniel Tribe, Lewis Goff, Lucas Howell, Archie Battle, Jarrett Metters, Will Swales. Will Swales was not a very good start of that race. If he'll be able to recover up to that top spots after starting in the top. And it is round the hairpin we go towards the horseshoe. Lyons leads the way. Frank Dart, you're very correct. It's dry, hot and sunny compared to yesterday's wet practice. So they'll be ready for the conditions if it does change, but it's not going to. Jack West still leads the way. Archie Battle with the best lap time of 35.37. It's the fastest out there so far in this race. So down the main straight, back straight we go. Main straight, back straight, every other way back. Right. Horseshoe next. 92, then 61. I think Daniel Tribe's up into the top 2. So top bend down the main straight we come. So a few changes there. The 35.26 set by Jack West out in front. And the 34 starting at the front row down to 4th. Just hanging in there. Behind him is Archie Buttle in 5th, who's very aggressive move down the inside. Doesn't get it just yet. Sticks behind and allows Lucas Howell to catch up closer to him. As we come down the main straight then, onto 4 laps completed of this race already. 5:33 left on the clock. Lucas Howell, Archie Battle both battling to get ahead of the driver of the 34, losing another 2 positions. Lucas Howell challenging Archie Buttle. So Archie Buttle up into 4th. As we go up towards the top bend, is he going to be able to get ahead of the driver? We shall find out. Down the main straight we come. So it's Jack West, Daniel Tribe, Lewis Goff, Archie Buttle, Lucas Howell, Archie Lyons, Jarrett Metters, Will Swales, William Antrobus and Harry Gilbert. Still nothing from these drivers. So Harry Gilbert given a contact warning in P10. But leading the way is Jack West. Archie Bottle 1.7 seconds behind our winner. Or current race winner. Jesus, I'm getting ahead of myself. Leader of Jack West still leads the way with a 0.4 gap. So 4:20 left on the clock. So through the S as we go, and that looked like the 33 getting ahead of the 57. I think that's a swap of positions there. Those two battling out as we go along. Still no change on the top 5. The WC getting past the 33. Joshua Withcombe trying to get back up to the top spots. Wickham only finishing out P13 last time out, so managing to make a lot more progress than they could do last time out. But we're still racing through. Still got loads of time left on the clock. So let's see how it goes as I try not to get blinded by someone's windscreen. There we go. That midfield pack is absolutely action-packed at the moment. So towards the top bend and down the main straight we come for our leaders. Jack West is still leading it to Daniel Tribe. 0.4 is the gap. As Jack West locks up to a massive skid, still stays out ahead as he had that fully under control. Meanwhile, the 24 right up towards Lewis Goff here in this race. So let's see how we perform for the rest as we go along. The 19 of Lucas Howard stepping back a bit from Archie Buttle. He does go fastest as Archie Buttle gets up into the top 3. Once again, he finished out in 3rd last race. Will he be able to perform again this race in P3 or higher? Will it be lower? We shall find out as Lucas Howard goes down the inside of the 51 of Lewis Goff. And gets ahead there. 33 of Will Swales getting once again overtaken down the inside of the Horseshoe. But for now, your top 3 is what it is as Lucas Howell is up into 4th with the fastest lap time of the 34.65. So 1.5 minutes left on the clock. Top 6 unchanged. Joshua Withcombe goes up to P7. So a little bit of time for him to possibly catch up with the top 6. Where the 53 of Jarek Metters is at the back of that pack. So sneakily, Jarek Metters making some progress here today. Archie Buttle right on the rear of Daniel Tribe. Going around the Horseshoe. Now towards the top bend though. As this race still plays out here. So down the main straight. Towards Billy's we go, and Archie Buttle sails down the inside, past up into 2nd position here. Through the S's, down the back straight, and his next target is Jack West, who's been leading from the start, from pretty much the start of this race. Lucas Howell trying to follow on up, but at the moment is a little bit further back from Daniel Tribe at the minute. The 51 and 53, Jarek Metters and Lewis Goff. Is Metters going to catch up with Goff at all during these last closing stages? 24 seconds left, so 2 laps to go. This one and the next one before the checkered flag gets thrown out. William Antrobus up into 8th position, swapping with Archie Lyons. Who was one of our pole front row sitters. I don't remember his pole was 2nd, but on the front row, down into 9th. As the last lap board gets ready to be thrown out onto circuit. The 53 still behind the 51, going to the right-hander. Very close between those two. Towards the top bend though, and down the main straight we come. It's the last lap, and this is it. One last opportunity for Archie Buttle. Will he be able to get into winning heat number 3 here, or is he going to be staying down in 2nd? He was 3rd out last time round, The 92, meanwhile, Jack West was second last time out on Heat 2. So this is going to be either a first or a second for him. Another improvement on the spots of this race. Around the horseshoe towards the right-hander. From the top bend and down the main straight we come. Ladies and gentlemen, going to be taking the checker flag here. It's going to be the 92, Jack West. Archie Butter will take second in the end. Daniel Tribe third. Lucas Howard round off into the fourth. With a fast lap as well, the 34.54. Lewis Goff in fifth, Jarek Metters sixth, Joshua Withcombe seventh, William Antrobus eighth, Archie Lyons ninth. Then Billy Edgecombe will round out your top 10. Billy Vaught is your top novice in that race as well. So Jack West gets a win for heat number 3. So that is that one all complete, and now we're off back to the seniors. So let's get your facts for Heat 2, and it has not been published, I don't think. Let me just refresh. So I do not have a Heat 2 to let you know, but we got Kaminsky and, drumroll please, Philip Rawson there on the front row. It's just dead silence. I love it. Right then, so seniors then, let's see how this one plays out. Oh, random yawner. So for the formation lap then for the senior Rotax for heat number 3, like I said, I don't have a result for last time out. So let's see how we go for this race here with Philip Rawson and Kaminsky out in front starting this race off. So let's see how this performs for the 19 drivers out on circuit. So towards the top bend we go, and we get ready for the third and final heat for the seniors. So like I said, let's see how it goes, and it will be a false start to begin with. So we'll be going back round again, reforming the grid once again. As two of the drivers just well ahead, so we'll possibly be looking around going again, which it will be going round again. Jacob Martin now unawares of actually it was a false start. Keep an eye on your flags, ladies and gents, whilst you're out there. So then, let's go again. Is it going to be third time? Are we going to get it going again? Bertie Wellesley actually starting a bit lower down on the grid this race. After coming for a P2, I think it was. Right then, let's see. Are we going to get going again? And yes, we are this time round. Third time's a charm, and we are racing in this race. So around Billy's we go. A lot of drivers. Oh, someone's sneaking around the outside. Hello, who is that? That's the number 23 sneaking out ahead. It looks like we've got an issue with the number 20. Brandon Haig not having a great day today. But the 23, George Hunter, where's he come from? So, towards the top bend then, your order on the left-hand side of the YouTube live stream. Let's get yourself going. So, it's Philip Rawson, followed by Martin, Smith, Hunter, Kaminsky, then Crockett, Davis, Guzzi, Milner, then Jamie Bradfield rounds out your top 10. Yes, I'm doing surnames. And just noticing there, somebody who was out last time around, not in this race. Patrick Williams-Rahag not participating in Heat 3. So possibly issues from him on the last race. So coming down the main straight then, let's see how we go. So still Philip Rawson leading the way with a 0.9 second gap. So under a second. Where Finn Smith, our fastest runner out there at the moment, of 34.64, leading the way. We've got yellow flags down at Billy's with a spinner. But meanwhile, going around the horseshoe towards the right-hander we go. And we're back round for another lap in this heat. So a lot of changes from the 9th downwards. It's that big pack going down the back straight and towards the horseshoe now. That is where a lot of the action and swaps are happening. And Cameron Crockett in the middle of P5 at the moment. Behind the 34 and ahead of the 74. So we'll keep an eye on where he comes out of in the progress of this race. We still go on down as the 57 there. Sorry, 59 there, I think it was. Really bold move there, trying to go down the inside when the gap wasn't there. It was the 52, sorry, it was Zach Fontany. Oh. Sorry, that. Oh, I just got an electric shock inside of my shoulder. Ow. Right, carrying on then. Philip Rawson, Finn Smith. The gap just over half a second. Someone is losing out on a few positions on the outside of Billy, so it's not the best place to be. And that is the 34 of Jacob Martin, who's lost a few positions there. As we go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. A little bit slow coming out the hairpin there, but the 3 in front, where Cameron Crockett is as well. Showing that pace off. That is your top 3 are now separated. So 4th is where Cameron Crockett is. So nobody able to get close to Finn Smith's. Just as I say it, Bertie Wellesley takes the fastest lap in 11th, 34.14. Just as I said it, it's like he's listening to me somehow. So around the horseshoe we go. The 29 is being caught up by Finn Smith now. Finn really finding some pace here. Currently running at just over a 10th quicker last lap round. So Philip Rawson under attack. Finn now 3/10 quicker that lap. So that gap now 2/10. As that was a silly move from the 74 there. Alfie Davies trying to make a move on, I believe that was the 88, I think it was. Just got stuck on the back of him instead, which unfortunately that doesn't really work. So that has allowed, I think, the 62 or Dan. Is that Dan Milner that's managed to get up into 4th? We'll have a look as he comes up round. But nevertheless, that has slowed them two right down as Alfie Davies gets a contact warning for that one. And not surprised because it's kind of obvious. A cart does not go on top of another one. So back to the front, Philip Rawson still defending off Finn Smith, and that gap staying at 2/10 as well. So Finn not being able to get enough pace to get ahead at the moment, as the 46 down at the horseshoe gets ahead of his teammate in the 34 of Jacob Martin there. Nevertheless, still no changes. 2/10 is the gap between the two drivers at the front. That number literally hasn't changed both times they've come around the circuit here. So Finn's still there. Cameron Crockett in the meantime going into the horseshoe, gets ahead of the 62 of Dan Milner. And that is a swap between those two drivers as we continue on this race, which Finn Smith still 2/10 has not changed at all. Nathan Guzzi given a contact warning down in the P13. So into Billy's we go. A bold swap, unfortunately, for the 46. Bertie Wellesley trying to get ahead of, I think that was the 66 of Jamie Bradfield. Just couldn't get ahead there, unfortunately. And a little bit further back, the 56 of Evie Pillane having a bit of a quiet race down in P15. Nevertheless, we still continue on, and that gap with Philip Rawson and Finn Smith, shocker, is 2/10. So we go into Billy's. Jeez, more carts lifting from the front. The 24 trying to make a move on the 85 there, just didn't work. As Gino Cook gets nearly on top of the rear of the cart that he was trying to overtake. Guess what? It's 2/10 again between Philip Rawson and Finn Smith. Really closing the gap going towards the S's down the back straight between those two. Finn just really cannot get past Rawson at all in any lap so far. So close, but yet not enough. That's not how the saying goes, but that's what it's going to be. The 23 of George Hunter, huge gaps behind him. 2.6 is the gap and 2.4 is in front. So 2 seconds is a fair bit with 30 seconds to go. Just like Finn Smith not being able to close anywhere past 2/10 at the moment. He's just stuck behind him, and that is where he's going to be staying for the meantime. Bertie Wellesley stays with the fastest lap of the 34.14. And Cameron Crockett leads away for that 4th position onwards. Dan Milner, Alfie Davis, Jack Maidman, Wellesley, Bradfield, Martin staying behind him at the moment. She doesn't say if you're playing having a quiet race. She's quietly battling out Gino Cook in front of her. We are on the last lap of this race as well, so Finn's only got this lap to actually try and attempt to close that 2/10 gap. He managed to do it last lap out. I know. How? But as we continue through, we're coming towards the top bend, and Finn is just not going to be able to do it. So coming down the main straight, it's close, but yet too far. Philip Rawson takes the checker flag. Finn Smith will take second. The gap 2/10. George Hunter 3rd, Cameron Crockett 4th, Dan Milner 5th, Alfie Davis 6th, Jack Mayman 7th, Bertie Wellesley 8th, with the best lap time as well, the 34.14. Jamie Bradfield 9th, Jamie Burt rounds out your top 10, and your top novice in that race was Gino Cook. And that is a provisional result on the screen for you all there. You can find those out when they get fully released later on in the results page on Alpha Timing. Right then, so let's go to our grid for the 177 and 177 Masters. And it's going to be Harrison Crook and Cameron Marston on pole. This time, Crook's at the front. Ian Branfield's at the back this time. There's a change of cards here. So Ian Branfield won out last time again with Harrison Crook P2. This time Harrison Crook's out in front, so this could be a change of game, especially when Harrison Crook's out in front. He could have a big gap, and the biggest gap we've had today is about 5.5 seconds with Ian Branfield. So let's see if it's going to be changing once again when we go with this one. So out they come then onto the circuit. Like I said many times before today, 8 177 drivers out there all together. And they've been giving us some action-packed starts and spread out ends. That's a weird old saying. I make some random things up sometimes. Right, then we go towards the top of the circuits, and we're just about to go towards the top bend. Let's get ready to set off with the 177 and 177 Masters for their first lap. Their last heat of today. So coming down the main straight then, and we're underway for the race starts here for this race. So around Billy's we go. 2 drivers managing to stay right out of the way of the spinner. That was the 46 that managed to stay out of the way. So Ian Branfield escaping there. Harrison Crook at threats. That sounds a bit wrong to say. That never happens, surely. Well, it is at the moment, as Harrison Crook now taking a bit of a lead coming out of the horseshoe. It was bound to happen. It was bound to happen, really, wasn't it? Left-hand side of the screen is your running order, and down the main straight comes our leader. It's a 7-2, followed by Ben Johnson, Cameron Marston, Derek Hudd, Seb Bulpin, Ian Branfield up into 6th, Matt Ogden 7th, and Jason Bear was the spinner at Billy's, and as such is late over the line there in 8th position. He's got a comfort run to go through. The gap already 8/10 between Harrison Crook and Ben Johnson. Ian Branfield down the inside of the 43. Seb Bulpin just left a gap nice and wide open at Ian Branfield's pleasure. Harrison Crook and Ben Johnson, Harrison Crook and Ian Branfield, sorry, the 2 drivers at the top of the championship table, both trying to battle it out to win the championship this year. Harrison Crook with an incredible lead at the moment. When I say incredible, it's not as much as it used to be. With a couple of dropout rounds coming into play, is mixing up the table for the 177s. Nevertheless, it's still all to play for with another 4 more rounds. I can count. To go in the championship, with round 10 rounding off later this year with a mega finale, as it looks like Jason Bear's having a bit of a spinny one this round. When I say this round, I mean this race. I think the fatigue is getting to me as I'm rather hungry. Hopefully it's lunchtime, because I could do with a panini from the Clay Pigeon Cafe. Woo! Racing wise, Ian Branfield is right behind the 61 of Ben Johnson. So down the main straight he comes, and into Billy's we go. The gap is only 3.1 between Harrison Crook and Ian Branfield. So through the S's, down the back straight we now fly to. And will he be able to get past anytime soon? Derek Hunt's managing to stay in this little battle between the two, as with Ian Branfield's previous pace, we know he's being held up here slightly by Ben Johnson. Harrison Crook 4/10 quicker last lap round, as the gap increases to 3.6. So into Billy's we go. Ian Branfield trying to look down the inside of Ben Johnson as we go through the S's, down the back straight. Johnson managing just to defend off Branfield with a bit of ease at the moment. Derek Hunt's just waiting for an opportunity to arise, but down the inside goes the 46 on the 61. And as such, Ian Branfield's up to second, and Derek Hunt now has a different driver to overtake for that P3. So down the main straight we come. Harrison quickly sets the fastest lap, and Ian Branfield is only 3 thousandths slower than Harrison Crook that lap around. So roughly lapping about the same. But let's see what will happen. 4 minutes left to go. Ian Branfield on the catch to Harrison Crook. And already you can see that gap forming behind Ian Branfield. Ben Johnson just not with the same pace at the moment. Ian Branfield instantly sets the fastest lap here. 35.68 goes nearly 3 tenths. It's just under 3 tenths of a gap difference, speed difference between the two on lap times, which means that gap is going to close. So is Harrison Crook going to respond to this one at all through today's Heat 3? So 35.89 and then a 35.50. So Ian Branfield completely on the charge here in this race, going down the back straight and towards the hairpin. So out of the horseshoe goes Harrison Crook, then Ian Branfield a moments later. And watch this gap just close as we fly through this 177 and 177 Masters race. So 35.8, followed by 35.4. Harrison Crook has got faster. He's just set his personal best in this race, but that gap's gone from 3.8 to 2.8 within the course of just a couple of laps here. So around the hairpin we go. Towards the horseshoe. And round to the right-hander, and then towards the top bend that we go to. 2 minutes left on the clock. Harrison Crook leads away. And the last lap time was a 35.7. 35.4. Ian Bradfield setting personal best and fastest laps of this race, as he is the quickest out there at the moment. Harrison Crook is increasing his pace though. Just behind, the gap now to Ian Branfield and Ben Johnson is 2.8. And it's 0.07 between Ben Johnson and Derek Hunt. Ooh la la. It's close between those two drivers. Will Ben Johnson be able to stay in the top three? We'll keep an eye on it, as we'll also keep an eye on these times between Harrison Crook and Ian Branfield. The two quick ones out there. 35.8 by Harrison Crook. 35.3 by Ian Branfield. 2.1 seconds of their gap. So Harrison a little bit slower out this time compared to Ian Branfield. This is a battle. Will it be enough of a gap within the next minute? It's going to be close. Not as close as it's going to be between Ben Johnson, Derek Hunt, and possibly Cameron Marston as well, who's not too far away, just under a second. 36 from Harrison Crook. Ian Branfield 35.5. 1.6 is the gap. 13.8 seconds left, so we're going to go 2 more laps possibly in this race. It's going to be very close on time-wise. Through the S's down the back straight goes our other closest two, Ben Johnson and Derek Hunt. Cameron Marston is only 7 tenths away. And Ben Johnson really having to take a defensive line going into the hairpin and into the horseshoe as well. It's going to really invite Cameron Marston to this play. Also back to the front runners. Let's see this gap again between Harrison Crook and Ian Branfield. 35.8, 35.4, gap 1.2. And we have actually managed to squeeze out another lap in this race as well, which isn't going to be great for Harrison Crook if Ian Branfield keeps up this pace. Through the S's down the back straight goes to 61 of Derek Hunt and Ben Johnson. Not in that order, because Cameron Marston's actually here right on the back of Derek Hunt, so he's now actually having to defend off Marston as we go around the horseshoe, which is really going to play into Ben Johnson's hand for that P3. But here we go. Look at that gap. It's just closing, closing, closing. It's under a second. Last lap of the race. And 4/10 quicker is Ian Branfield. So, through the S's, down the back straight. And it's going to be close between those two drivers. And Ben Johnson, like I said, has got good advantage from that opportunity Cameron Marston attempted. And it's going to be close, but yet not enough between Harrison Crook and Ian Branfield. Superb efforts here from Ian Branfield, but not enough time on the clock. Harrison Crook takes the win for that one. The gap from 3.8 seconds to 3/10. That's not bad going. Ian Branfield takes second with the best lap time of a 35.37. Ben Johnson will stay in third. 36.35 is his best lap time. 7.3 seconds behind Ian Branfield at the end. Mad. And the rest of the results on the right-hand side of your screen there. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, it's actually break time here for me as I start to age again. Oh, no. It's just standard practice, really, isn't it? So let's whack some music on. There it is. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back a little bit later on for the rest of the day. 450-ish, eh? Oh, we're not ready yet. We're nearly ready, but we're not ready. That makes sense. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. So get rid of the music. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are back, we are back, we are back, we are back. And it's windy, it's lovely. And we are just waiting for some grids to be sent up to us. So let's take a look at the grid whilst we get ready to get rumbling. So it's Cullenberg and Matthews on the front row. That's what we're going to get. So let's see how this plays on out as we go through for the formation lap for the finals here at Clay Pigeon Raceway. Just as F1 gets underway, I need to turn off the notifications. I'm just going to put a do not disturb on. God, I don't want to get distracted by the race. Jesus. So then, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for the Honda and Rotax Cadets. Names are on the left-hand side of the screen for the minute. That was literally as I said that, I turned them off. Let's get ready to go for the finals as we will be going back round again. So welcome back everybody who has just tuned in. We are back for the finals here at Clay Pigeon Raceway. If you want to check back on all the bits that are going on after what has happened, then pop on over to our YouTube channel after everything's finished, and you'll be able to rewatch the finals, heats, and also the intro. I was about to say practice, but I wasn't there for the practice. So, from the top end then, ladies and gentlemen, let's get back going round again. And this time we are going to be good to go. So as we come over the start-finish, we're going again. I'll change that again. I'll change it again. It's full started again. Oh, I thought we had a go then. That's a very happy Bertie Wellesley there in the background. Oh, bless him. So, the YouTube stream, the cameras are slightly on the wonk, aren't they? Should I put them upside down for like April Fools? Next year, if I remember. Anyway, I don't know. Are we going to get racing this time round? Down we come. So yeah, we are this time round, and we're going for this race here. Let's see what we get. We have 12 minutes on the clock, and within that 12 minutes, there is going to be a lot of opportunities, chances, changes, the works that's going to happen during this race, especially from Cullenberg, who has won heats 1 and 2. Started on the front row, and now currently, I believe, is already in P1 at the start of this race. So, as we say that, coming from the top end, names on the left-hand side of the YouTube live stream for you all watching at home or wherever you're deciding to watch this. Let's get ready. It's Cullenberg, followed by Charlie White, West, Matthews, McGaugh, Hockridge, Roberts, Thursfield, Coupland, and then Rao. Oh, it's going to heat up this one. 14 drivers altogether, and some of them are all out to the front there. We've got our back 5, all novices. So that's from 10th to 14th. Currently chilling at the back of the pack here. So the 12 and 99, Elijah West, has had a very strong start today. One of our novices today in the grid. and he's had a very successful day and challenging already some of our regular drivers of the championships, and is already ahead of the 12 of Charlie White. So there's a change from the top two, and Luke McGall getting ahead of Matthews as well. So that will change those two up. Taking a look at last race. So for the heats, Charlie White did win the last race, but as you all know from previous heats, on heats 1 and 2, Kallenberg has been in the lead and stormed away. Elijah West has been trying to get up to that top spot, currently looking strong at the moment in the early stage of this race. Like I said, 12 minutes is the race. So we'll be looking at something potentially from that driver. It's going to be a very successful day if he does. Kallenberg has not been able to run away with it just yet, and as such, already a threat from Elijah West, and just like that, down the inside he goes, and it's a change between the two. Through the S's, down the back straight, and there we go. West ahead of the rest of the pack. Kallenberg in second, and then third is still Charlie White. Luke McGall in fourth position, currently ahead of Dewey Hawkridge in fifth, and number 77, one of the Rotax Cadet drivers. Speaking of Rotax Cadets, it is a Rotax Cadets 1 and 2 for the top spots. Charlie White is out ahead in first for the Honda Cadets. As you all know, separate grids, racing all at the same time. And Charlie White is the one that's going to be battling for that position. And down the inside goes the 77 on the 15 as Dewey Hawkridge gets ahead of Luke McGall, which is going to help Charlie White's performance today for the Honda Cadet race. But for the overall race, it's Elijah West who's leading the way for this one, and also first position for the Rotax Cadets as well. Don't know what I'm saying. Go on, Elijah. He's doing very well out there at the moment. A gap of 0.7 and the fastest lap as well, the 40.73. Not being challenged by anyone at the moment. Kallenberg not performing high in these end positions. He's still hanging out in second position, so defending well with Charlie White behind. His pace is sort of a little bit slower, only about by a tenth compared to Kallenberg. But a strong start from Kallenberg at the start of the day. Well, is it going to be the same at the end of the day as well? We shall find out. So 40.63 by Elijah West, increasing that gap to 1.28. And the gap between Charlie White and Kallenberg is 0.2. And this could get close between the two. So we're continuing on in this race once again, and it's Elijah West that's fine out in front. That gap is increasing, 1.42, and we have still got 7 minutes left on the clock, which is a strong start here. And second and third clean for where they are. Hawkridge has a big gap in front and behind, where the trail of three of McGall, Matthews, and Nikita Roberts, all three lay in behind. And potentially a change between those two, as it's a switch from one side but stays that side, and it's not going to switch. As the 27 of Alfred Matthews looking for opportunities as he goes along. As Luke McGall still trying to defend off the 27 of Alfred Matthews. He's going down the inside just before the S's. He creeped open that door and slid on through. And now up into that fifth position spot where Nikita Roberts is now behind. And, stays behind Luke McGall in this situation. So she's just watching this all unfold in front of her. As Luke McGall now needs to try and get back ahead of the 27 once again. Or do they play the long game and wait? 5 minutes 50 on the clock. We have loads of time left to go. We're over the halfway mark.
And at the moment, it's still West, Kallenberg, then White for your top 3 drivers in this race. West then 1.3 is the gap last time out. This time, has it increased or has it decreased? West is getting slightly slower in these last couple of laps. 1.6 is the gap. Kallenberg also slower than last time out as well, as a couple of drivers saving their stint for now. Luke McGall improved and did a personal best, and so did Hawkridge as well. Hawkridge trying to catch up to Charlie White. So 4 minutes 34 left. And let's see what else we get from this race then. So Kallenberg goes to his personal best, 40.81. So that's what he's looking at. Then nobody else has managed to improve on their lap times just yet in this race. But from the top bend down the main straight we come, and that looks like the 99 getting ahead of one of our back markers here. That is Alexander Mansfield, who is currently running in 14th position. 44.96 is best lap time, so currently 3 seconds behind the sort of pace that Elijah West is setting at the moment. As they're going through to the horseshoe, where the marshals are giving him his blue flag, so our front runners can slide on through without an issue. As they're also starting to catch up with other back markers as well. 3 minutes still left on the clock here. Kallenberg 1.3 seconds behind Elijah West. And we shall see how this continues on here. So down the main straight we come once again, and the 99 Elijah West is now starting to catch up with our other back markers, Pierce Taylor and also Hassie Rao. Let's see how this comes up. Elijah West with the 40.95, so lapping in the 40s, where our back markers are about 2 to 3 seconds slower at the moment. As receiving the blue flags, they come through, the 36 and the 42. So 1 minute 50 left on the clock. This race is starting to close itself up here, with gaps not forming any bigger or smaller than they have done. 1.3 is a gap, but as I say that, a response from Kallenberg is playing into effect here. He is now only under a second, so from 1.3 to under a second, 9/10 to be precise. We are looking at a potential change for the lead as we're going through the back markers of this race, as the 50 start to catch up to that back marker, which only slightly ahead is the leader of this race, as blue flags continue to be shown for the 42, is that, or is that the 36? It's the 36. As there we go, he's now passed Kallenberg back up to a 1.1 second gap. So looking okay so far, as light levels change up here. Sun's gone in. Nevertheless, 40 seconds left on the clock, so we're going to squeeze out 2 more laps of this race. So 2 laps is all we're going to get for the remainder of this race as Tommy Morris and Edison Burrows go over the line. Finney Thursfield currently the top novice, as Elijah West is currently first. He is a novice, but doesn't count for top novice in the top 3. I believe so, anyway. As we got a spin down at Billy's. Yellow flags are out. 1 second, no seconds left. And we are up to the last lap next time round. So what are we going to get, ladies and gentlemen, from the final lap here at Clay Pigeon Raceway? So going from the top bend down the main straight, let's get ready for one last go for the Honda and Rotax cadets for this day. West, 1.8 seconds out ahead. Slid through the grid quite nicely and is now going to be coming round to take the checkered flag. So towards the horseshoe next. Kallenberg unable to close that gap, even trying to get past our back markers. When he closed the gap, he will be staying out in second. But ladies and gentlemen, it's checker flag time, because taking the checker flag and winning for round number 6, it's going to be the novice, the 99 of Elijah West, followed by Kallenberg 1.9 seconds later. Dewey Hawkridge will take third, 2.6 seconds down the road, 4.6 seconds after our leader. And fourth place will go to Charlie White, Alfred Matthews 5th, Luke McGall 6th, Nikita Roberts 7th. And I'll change my mind. It's Ethan Copeland 7th, Nikita Roberts 8th, Finney Thursfield 9th, and then just waiting for Tommy Morris and Edison Burrows to go over the line, and that will be Tommy Morris 10th, and that is your top 10. Finney Thursfield will be your top novice for the race. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen, the provisional results for the final. If you want to check out the full results, they'll be available over on the results page for the Clay Pigeon Kart Club. So there we go, that's that one done for those guys, and now we're off to the Intermax. 3 drivers. Rook Thompson has dominated the pole positions for this one, winning each race on the grid. So let's see how this one goes through. We'll guide you through the opening laps here, and then we'll have 12 minutes of racing from the Intermax grid. So if you want to rewatch any of the races that you see today or any of the finals, then head over to, or stay here tuned after the live stream is finished. Then you'll be able to check out everything that goes on from today's racing. Right, we're on the formation lap then for the Intermax. Like I said, 3 drivers in total today to get some points on the championship table. So let's see what we get from all 3 of them. Rook Thompson, like I said, dominating the grid at the moment in the first for all 3 heats. So it's really a battle for who will take second and third. I believe the results have been fairly similar for the 3 races that they've had today. But let's find out as they are just going over the start. The right-hander. I only got it wrong then. And then we'll be going to the top bend. Very slow at the top, mind you. But as they come from the top bend slowly, as snail's pace pretty much. And we will be going underway for this race. So, Rote Thompson, Devon Taylor, Jamie Rao, that is your top 3. What is the performance going to be like as already changes through the S's down the back straight? The 14's in the lead at the moment, but already changed. We'll guide you through the rest of this lap as the 11 of Rote Thompson already charging for that first position again. Down the inside goes the 14 again. It's swap, swap, swap. And the 11 ahead on the right-hander from the top bend. And then that is all for the changes on lap number 1. We'll be back for more real soon.
So that was the Intermax final. Rook Thompson, clean sweep for the day. Okay then, so we go on to our next one then, which is the Junior Rotax. Antrobus and Buttle will be on the front row. Ooh, that's going to possibly be interesting. Let's see how this plays out for the 12-minute Junior Rotax final. Oh, it's going to be competitive, that one. Really rather competitive. So, as we wait for them to come out, what is your predictions for the Junior Rotax? Well, we shall find out. Last time out, Jack West was the winner for that one, or came first on the timesheets. The number 92 there with the fastest lap of the 34.74 wasn't the fastest out there. It was set by Lucas Howell, so that's another one to watch out for. Let's see how it goes. Couple of penalties outlast and someone outright disqualified. Oh dear. But let's see how this turns out, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, this could be and can be rather competitive. And for those that have missed out on the action today, you'll be able to rewatch everything once the live event has been completed. Just another reminder, there's no rewinding this live stream today. So that is a reminder for those who have missed any of the action. Make sure to hit the subscribe button and like button if you did enjoy this live stream as well. And get notified for next month where we have the Rotax Festival. A 2-day event with round 7 featured inside of it. And the Cadet Cup as well. Ooh, it could be spicy. It's spicy. I love a bit of spice, man. It's gonna be fierce. What am I saying, man? What am I doing? Oh dear. I also see a wild Lewis Halliday. It's a Lewis Halliday. Holiday. Hooray, hooray. It's a Lewis Halliday. Don't know why I'm singing that out loud to the public. Hey! Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh dear. Oh, speaking of old days. Oh, yawning. Right then, let's get ready. Let's get ready to rumble for the formation lap. So let's see how we go for this race. Antrobus versus Bustle, front row. Lucas Howell, somewhere in the race. Let's get ready for a race from the how's number 12 has spun it. So then, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready. Let's see what we get from the juniors in this race.
So, coming down the main straight, are we good to go? Yes, we are. We're out on circuit. We're ready to go. This is Junior Rotax final. 12 minutes on the clock. As the front two tangle between one another. It's the 19, and I think that's the 24 as well of Archie Buttle. Not the start that he wanted from the front row, as 2 does not go into 1 very well. Lucas Howell not losing too many positions at the start there. Archie Buttle possibly with damage. So down the main straight then, a lead has been formed for the 57 of William Antrobus. Names on the left-hand side of the YouTube live stream: Jack West 2nd, Benjamin Bartlett 3rd, Daniel Tribe 4th, Lewis Goff 5th, Lucas Howell 6th, Arthur Thacker 7th, Joshua Withcombe 8th, Billy Edgecombe 9th, and then Harry Gilbert 10th. And we have lost Archie Button in this race. He's popped into the pits. He did just get given a contact warning, even though he's not out there at the minute. So snow changes, a bit of a gap there. So Antrobus has a nice little lead here. Just under a second is that gap, with Jack West in 2nd position. Lewis Goff is the one that's fastest out there at the moment of 35.51. Currently, the 51 currently at the back of a little, or is he in the middle there? I think he's in the middle of that lot, going around the hairpin towards the horseshoe, as more happens around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. So lots of action happening out on circuit. So still flying on through. New fastest lap by Billy Edgecombe, a 35.07. Going well there as we go around through the S's. The 36 and 53, both of them leaving enough room for each other going through the S's, allowing them to both still battle it out in the hairpin. They're the ones causing a gap. When I say causing, I should more say forming. As the 53, Jarek Metters defends that P10. And I believe it's 10th. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is 10th position for sure. As our top 9 are within 3 seconds of one another. And Jarek Metters 9th position, 2 seconds behind the rest of the field. So we've got a split as we go through this race. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Top bend, then down the main straight we come. And catching up is Jack West. So around Billy's through the S as we go down the back straight. No changes from those front 2 runners. The 51 of Lewis Goff also in that lot. Jack West 34.92. So we could be looking at a change here in this race. There is your current list for the messages from Alpha. So all the messages on the right hand side of the screen there for this race. So coming back to our front runners though, the 92 of Jack West starting to creep closer. So into Billy's we go. And at the moment, Jack West staying behind through the S's, down the back straight, a little bit further back at the S's. The 23 getting ahead of the WC. Billy Edgecombe ahead of Joshua Withcombe. Withcombe having a mixed day today. Seems to be caught at the front, back and middle of some of the races here. But doing so well so far. 6th position in the Junior Rotax final here. So down the main straight we come. William Antrobus followed by Jack West, Lewis Goff, Benjamin Bartlett, Daniel Tribe, your top 5. And in this race so far, we lost 3 drivers Will Swales 2 laps ago. We also lost Arthur Thacker and then Archie Butler at the start of this race due to an incident at the start, at the S's, where 2 does not go into 1. Unfortunately, they both had a rather successful day, Will Swales and Archie Buttle. So, such a shame. Hopefully we'll see them next month with the same force that they have been bringing. So, through the S's, down the back straight we go. Oh dear. Oh dear, my voice just didn't. Oh, I'm so clipping that. I've turned 70 in 1 second. Right, so back to normal voice. Though William Antrobus still leads the way. Jack West under a tenth. That gap is tiny. There's nothing between the two. So going down the back straight. Around the hairpin and towards the horseshoe we go. That's going to be on my TikTok though. That was terrible. So down the main straight we come, and the 92 is really trying and really is trying to get ahead of Antrobus. There's just nothing at the moment. Joshua Whitcomb fastest out there with a 34.60. So we'll see how this one plays out as we're going around the horseshoe. Right-hander. Top bend. The gap is 1/10 between William Antrobus and Jack West, and nearly it's just under 2 seconds between second and third. So we're not going to see too much from them in this meantime. Like I said, we still got about 4.5 minutes left on the clock. So we could see some changes between this front runners, and also a potential catch-up if there is an attack by Jack West that possibly will last. So if he lasts a while, a lot of defending will slow both of them up, force them back towards the grid. But for now, both of them charging away. 2.1 is the gap between second and third. Daniel Triburn is just half a second behind the next driver along. A change possibly going around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. That is a defensive line into it. It's a WC and the 44. Joshua Whitcomb trying to make another place up into sixth, ahead of Benjamin Bartlett. So I wipe my eye. William Antrobus has done a personal best, 0.2 faster that time round to Jack West. But with 3.5 minutes on the clock, we're still waiting for the Jack West charge. So leaders going over the line there. 0.2 is the gap between those two. Lewis Goff 2.4. And the 61 there now behind Lucas Howell as he pops up into the top 4. As his next target is going to be Lewis Goff, who's at the moment not really been a threat at that position, but is just hanging in there for now, as he's trying to catch up to Jack West and William Antrobus. Still, we're not going to get anything from them. It's close between the top two. And with 2.5 minutes left, I'm not sure what's going to happen here. A little bit further back, we've got a double overtake from two drivers, obviously. 23 and also, I think that might have been the 53 in that lot of Billy Edgecombe and Jarek Metters. And I will just double check that one as we go through. 23, 53. Yep, getting ahead of the 44. Benjamin Bartlett losing another 2 positions once again. But so far, still no change from our top two. It's a story that repeats itself every time they come to the line. 2.7 is the gap between second and third this time, though. Lucas Howell trying to get ahead of the 51. Will he be able to get a top three as a massive block going into the hairpin there? Just seriously locked off that position. Lucas Howell almost having to back out a tad. That was a left to right that just worked out well there. Very good defended by Lewis Goff there. So into Billy's. Goff with a very defensive line. Howell trying on the outside. Doesn't quite make it. Doesn't have the pace for it, so slots back down behind. Meanwhile, the 61 and WC are trying to get involved in this one. Lucas Howell really, really, really attacking here. He's trying everything to throw Goff off. Ooh, that sounded satisfying to say. But so far, Lucas Howell will stay in fourth. 54 seconds remain. Goff again on the defense. Lucas Howell trying the outside. He's trying so hard. The outside is not the way to go, unfortunately, as we go down the back straight. Again, Goff on the defensive line. It is pushing him right back into the rest of the field. This could give an opportunity to Daniel Try, but more importantly, to Joshua Withcombe as well, who's been secretly making up places throughout this race. So Lucas Howell, what is he going to do? This is a race that is opening off. Goff, another one, but this time Lucas Howell tried the inside. Really too small of a gap. Now the rest of the field is here. The defense from Lewis Goff is just like Fernando Alonso. You cannot get past the lad. So down the main straight we come for our leaders here. As we go for the last lap of this race. Lucas Howell, one last lap to try and get in front again. But more importantly, one last opportunity for Jack West to get ahead of Antrobus. So going towards the hairpin. Around the hairpin we go. Around the horseshoe. Lucas Howell still behind Goff. West still behind Antrobus. But as we come from the top bend down the main straight for the Junior Rotax final, he's defended well. It's Antrobus who takes the checker flag. Jack West second, and it's going to be Lewis Goff, the defender of all defending, in third position. Lucas Howell fourth, Daniel Try fifth, Joshua Withcombe sixth, Billy Edgecombe seventh, Jarek Metters eighth, Benjamin Bartlett 9th, Logan Bennett 10th. Fastest out there was Joshua Withcombe with a 34.60. And top novice will be going to Billy Vaught, the number 20, who finished in P12 in the end. Lost 3 drivers, Will Swales, Arthur Thacker and Archie Bossell. So as they all veer off into the pits, someone's veered off into the grass. After the checkered flag. But my God, Goff on the defense. That worked really well for him. As we've got one for recovery. As the marshal on post 3 finding out what's going on. Whilst we watch out, here's a grid for the senior Rotax. So quite a few, quite a few doubles out there for points on the same points today. But at the front will be Finn Smith and George Hunter, and yeah. I don't know where I was going with that, to be honest. So last time out on the Senior Rotax Heat 3, we had Philip Rawson that won that race. We had one driver not starting it. So let's see how it goes. Finn Smith at the front there. That's going to be a right old charger for him in the next stage here. Just to remind you, for the Rotax and Honda Cadets, we had a win for Elijah West. That is confirmed. Very well done to him. He also had the fastest lap as well. Intermax as well has been confirmed as well. Rook Thompson taking the win for that one too. So I'll find out the junior Rotax one that I do as well. Or you can head over to results.alphatiming.co.uk/CPKC. So then it's time for the seniors as we wait for this recovery to occur. And then we should be able to get underway for what could be a very competitive race. We'll see if that driver who didn't start last race will continue this final. So as I hear carts coming out, let's get the overlays ready to go. And it is time for the senior Rotax final to occur here. Finn Smith out in front with George Hunter. And we'll be having 19 drivers out there. Unfortunately, the driver that didn't start last time will not be starting this race either. So he ended his day on Heat 2 with issues with his car. Nevertheless, someone else who had an incident at the start of the day is still running fine. Henry Stratton out there, starting near the back of the grid. But it's all eyes on our front two, especially Finn Smith. Is he going to be able to walk away, or is Hunter going to be able to take the charge at the start? So it's a rather slow start from our seniors here, going from the top bend. Down the main straight we come, and we are racing on this one. And it is Finn Smith that does charge away at the start of this race. It's very tight, but going into the S's, some of them using a bit of the grass to make sure they don't get any contact with others. But in the meantime, oh god, I can't turn my overlays off. But in the meantime, it is Finn Smith leading the way from the 23 of George Hunter, who stays out in second. I think that's Cameron Crockett in third. Names on the left-hand side of the screen. And your running order as follows. So Finn Smith, George Hunter, Cameron Crockett, Dan Milner, Phil Lip, Rawson, Jack Maidman, Bertie Wellesley, Alfie Davies, Jamie Burt, and then Nathan Guzzi is your top 10. The 62 at threat already from the 29 of Rawson. So those two having a bit of a tussle in this race so far. But in the meantime, Finn Smith is leading the way with a little bit of a gap here. George Hunter there, and also Cameron Crockett in the line too. You can tell the cameras are off angle a bit. So Rawson and Maidman going up a position that race, that lap even. And Cameron Crockett is in third. And going into the hairpin now. A little bit further back, there's a nice sweep in front of Bertie Wellesley there. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe, it's the 74 leading the ahead of Bertie. So Alfie Davies ahead of Bertie Wellesley. So Finn Smith followed by George Hunter, the gap 0.6 Philip Rawson was fastest, but it changed by everybody behind. It's actually Brandon Hager that has it at the moment, 34.22. And Brandon Hager actually didn't have a great start to the day where he's having issues with the car. Look at him fire back up in this stage of the race. Got it sorted and charging through to recover the day. But that gap, 0.6 to a 0.8. Finn Smith on the charge out in front. As we've got two drivers sneaking down the inside of the 56, Evie Pillane out there. She got caught out there on the outside of Billy's. And the other two just taking advantage of that inside gap. If you don't take it, you might as well, if you don't take it, you're not really going to get ahead of you at that stage. So both taking advantage of it and ploughing on to the rest of the grid. Meanwhile, the 29, Philip Rawson, looking at Cameron Crockett down the inside at Billy's on the first bit of the corner. The SSE is comfortably ahead, and down the back straight we go. Finn Smith's gap is nearing a second. So he's quite quick out there in front. He's quite comfortable out in the front positions. Gino Cook given a contact warning. He's currently in 14th position. So there's the change on the screen. But that top four is just unchanged at the moment from the previous lap. Like I said, Brandon Hayes the fastest out there. Henry Stratton's done his personal best of a 35.18. Currently in 17th position. So the gap now 1.4. Philip Rawson's up into second ahead of George Hunter. Cameron Crockett fourth. Really not seeing a change for these as the 62, Dan Milner, I think that was. Going a little bit wider. The exit of the S's just a second ago. But at the moment, we're not seeing too much of a change on our grid. So we have 6 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. So I see a spider. Hello, Mr. Spider. Just as we watch this go by, there's not too much going on here. Lap time wise between Finn Smith and Philip Rawson. This is a battle that we're going to be waiting for here. Mainly because their lap times are very similar and the lap time gap is about the same as well. So we'll see if Rawson can catch up with Smith in these stages of the race. But George Hunter and Cameron Crockett is the next two along the list in that top positions. Will Cameron Crockett be getting a podium spot or on just beside it? We shall find out. Like I said, nearing 5 minutes to go. The messages on Alpha on the right hand side of the YouTube live stream there. There's only 2 contact warnings given. We got all 19 drivers running. Marcin Kamiński 23 seconds behind our leaders. So he's going down the back straight. Finn Smith into the Billies. 1.4 still the gap between Finn and Philip. Cameron Crockett is still behind Hunter. And leading the pack for 6th downwards, Brandon Haig, Alfie Davis, Evie Pillane. That's not changed for quite a while. Those three have just been hanging out whilst they race. How's racing? You'll have to pop over to results.alphatiming.co.uk/CPKC to find out the results for the juniors. Or you can tune in after the racing's finished to watch back the provisional results for the race. At the moment though, Finn Smith, Philip Rawson, George Hunter, and then Cameron Crockett. That is your top 4. Brandon Haig in this party as well. Just noting that he's snuck up to those two. Cameron Crockett being slightly held back by the 23. We all know Cameron Crockett's pace can be a fairly bit quicker than this once he's unleashed. So at the moment, staying in P4. Finn Smith, the gap 1.5, so he's increasing his lead, despite being slightly slower compared to Philip Rawson. But it's not enough to affect that gap too much. And 2 minutes 30 is what we got left on the clock. As Dan Milner, the number 62, retiring from 12th position, I think that is. So that is the end of his day, unfortunately, there. So, to the top bend, not much going on, apart from Finn Smith catching up to Kaminsky in the number 26. He's been receiving blue flags as the front runners start to approach with the closing stages of this race. Trying to get the back marker out of the way from this race. Finn Smith still leading the way with a 1.5 second gap, and that really just has not changed at all throughout this race. And Kaminsky staying right out of the way on the right hand side off the racing line there. So some very good practice there, staying out of the way on the blue flags. The best way to do it is off the racing line. Right, so Finn Smith still leading by 1.4 seconds, 45 seconds left on the clock, and once again, still nothing to update you on too much in this race. It's Finn Smith, Philip Rawson, George Hunter, Cameron Crockett, Brandon Haig, Jack Maidman, Alfie Davis, Evie Pillane, Bertie Wellesley in 9th, and then Jamie Burt will round out your top 10. In its current form, with 25 seconds to go, Haig in front of Crockett. So Cameron Crockett losing another position in this race after a strong start from him. Brandon Haig still has that fast lap of 34.12. Nobody else has actually got anywhere near close to that time. So Brandon Haig just pulled out an absolute stomper of a lap early on. And as we come on down the main straight, George Hunter down to 5th as he's been overtaken by Cameron Crockett as well. So Cameron following that gap that was formed by Brandon Haig by the looks of it. But we are on the last lap of this race, which does mean the next time that we'll see the number 19 is going to be the checkered flag. So coming down the main straight, taking the checkered flag, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be your race winner, Finn Smith, followed by Philip Rawson. Our fastest man on track, Brandon Haig, with a 34.12 will take third. Cameron Crockett fourth, George Hunter fifth, Jack Maiden sixth, Evie Pillane seventh, Alfie Davis eighth, Bertie Wellesley ninth, and then Jamie Burt round out your top 10. Top novice is Gino Cook at the end of that one. And it looked like Henry Stratton's gone a bit slow going over the line there. He's still going. Right then, it's time for the final of the finals. I like saying that every lap. Every lap? What am I on about? The final of the finals for round number 6. It's the 177s and 177 Masters, of course. So we've got any updates on the Junior Rotax final? We do not just yet. You can see all the points that they get as well for qualification. Qualification. I will post the link that you need to find all of the results in the chat. But there is your grid, and let's get ready to go for these guys here. It's a formation lap for the 177 and 177 Masters. How is this going to play out? We've got 12 minutes left to go. Well, we have been live for 6 hours, 13 minutes of non-stop voice cracks. That's basically what it's been today. And me yawning at the end of the day. Must be the end of the day if I'm yawning. So then, what are we going to get from these 8 drivers? It's really the battle between Ian Branfield and Harrison Crook here. So let's get it going. I'm whispering because they're really quiet coming down the main straight. So down the main straight we come. And we're underway. Into Billy's we go. And it's our usual 2 suspects. Ian Branfield, Harrison Crook. In reverse order. So Harrison Crook out in front. Ian Brownfield's just going to hang on for him. Only for 12 minutes. It's not that long. Names are on the left-hand side of the YouTube live stream as we speak. There's your running order. Harrison Crook, Ian Branfield. The opening lap. Harrison Crook was apparently 3.5 tenths quicker. Even though the gap was only 3 tenths. So let's see how it plays out. The midfield. Ben Johnson is the one in third. That will be holding the grid back. At the moment, he is chilling there in third. And how's actually a margin between him and Matt Ogden? Gap 3 tenths to 6 tenths. Harrison Crook is 3 tenths faster out there on the circuit in that previous lap, so it's basically time watching between these two. Ben Johnson with a half a second gap behind him. Ogden to stay where he is. Ben Johnson leading the way for the Masters. In this one so far. So Ben Johnson currently out in first position for the Masters, third on track, with Harrison Crook leading the way for the normal 177s. Ian Branfield's fastest out there at the moment. He's eager. He's eager to get ahead of Harrison Crook. It's going to take time. It's going to take patience from not only me, but yourselves at home as well. And for Ian Branfield, because he's the one driving and he's the one targeting down Harrison Crook for the final here at Clay Pigeon Raceway for round number 6. As Ogden trying to sneak away past. He's currently chilling right behind Johnson at the moment. No, I'm not talking about Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. It's Ben Johnson. .3 is the gap for Harrison and Ian going through the S's in the back straight. These two are familiar to their track battles, as that gap is really, really close now. Just looking at it go through the hairpin and the horseshoe, and looks like through some of the corners, Branfield's just slightly quicker. It's not it's very marginal. But as we come down the main straights, 0.2, Ian Branfield setting fastest laps all the time. Currently just under a tenth quicker than Harrison Crook at the moment. Ben Johnson is still defending off the 16 and Matt Ogden, and Derek Hunt's in that lot as well. This could get interesting. We're only 4 minutes into this race and we're still waiting. We're still waiting for someone. It's going to be close. It's going to be rather close. So getting into the hairpin. Hey, Ian Branfield almost looked like he was going to go and do something then down the inside, but he stays behind. The two of them are ready for their battle. 7:21 left on the clock. Don't know why that set a tune on off in my head of 10:35. So through the S's, down the back straight for the 72 and the 46, whilst we leave you with the screen with our midfield of Ben Johnson and Derek Hunt, Matt Ogden, Cameron Marston, Jason Baird, and Seb Bulpin. So going into Billy's there. Once again, Ian Branfield, that gap is 0.08. Can barely fit a fingernail in that gap. The two of them just so incredibly close to one another. They've done it for the last 5 minutes, 48 seconds. Will it continue as Ben Johnson's that threat even more than he was before? Going around the horseshoe, the 22 Derek Hunt, who is up into 4th, is challenging the driver. Meanwhile, Ian Branfield is ahead of Harrison Crook as well. The two are swapped. Harrison Crook no longer leading this race. Is he going to be able to charge back in time? Well, it's over halfway through the race, so there is every opportunity still to go. Meanwhile, Ben Johnson is just really defending off the pack. Holy moly. So he's 7 seconds behind our leader, which is Ian Branfield. 7 seconds. That is how much they are defending off. 7.8. It's nearly 8 seconds. That is the gap difference between the two at the front and the 6 at the back. Quick maths. Are we going to see anything? Seb Bulpin has a fairly good view of the race in front of him. So there's every opportunity that he could try and catch up with the rest of the pack. And try to get ahead. Meanwhile, Harrison Crook's gap to Ian Branfield is 7/10. It's a change of stories this time round. Harrison Crook slower by 2/10. Ben Johnson setting a personal best of 36.27. Up on the Delta though. Ian Branfield still plopping out some quick times out there. He's now 1.17 seconds up the road. How, man? How? This is an absolute mega drive from Ben Johnson. I'm just going to say that right now. He is currently, for the last 8 and about nearly 9 minutes, so 3/4 of the race, he has been defending off the drivers behind him. The gap is 10 seconds between him and him and Ian Branfield, our leader. And he is still holding on to that P3 like an absolute champ. 9 seconds behind Harrison, 11.1 seconds behind Ian Branfield. The guys behind are struggling. No, he's had a spin. Ben Johnson's had a spin. One driver involved. 2 drivers involved, one of them not being able to get away with it. Oh no, just as we were praising him, Ben Johnson found the pressure. That is absolutely gutting for Ben Johnson there, who now has to retire from this race. Luckily, not too much damage to his car. The other driver with a bit of a bent axle on the closing stages. And it was all off screen as well. So we can still run all 3 camera angles as we're going through. It's all behind the container. Wow. Wow. What a turn of events. So, the other driver involved was Seb Bulpin, I think that was, to 43. Listen, the poor man was at the back anyway. So, 2 drivers down, 6 still out on circuit racing away. So Derek Hunt will take on for the 3rd. Ian Branfield leads the way though. 2.9 is the gap now, and Ian Branfield has just locked that one out of the park. So 12 seconds remain. What a turn of events, man. I am absolutely bummed for Ben Johnson, but also Seb Bulpin as well. the pressure got to Johnson. So the last lap board is out for a turn of events race in Branfield, going down the back straight. Around the hairpin we go, towards the horseshoe, and around we go. Harrison Crook could not catch this man, but Ian Branfield definitely can. Ladies and gentlemen, taking the checker flag, winning the 177 and 177 Masters, it's Ian Branfield. Harrison Crook will take second, and for the Masters, Derek Hunt will take the win for the Masters, but third on the road. Fourth will be Matt Ogden. Cameron Master will take fifth when he eventually pops over the line. And then Jason Bear as well when they come on through. I think Jason Bear is actually not in. Oh, yeah, there he goes. Woohoo! So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That is your day complete. That is the Clay Pigeon Kart Club Championships done for round number 6. So that is all that we have time for today. That's because all the racing is finished. We're done by 4:30. Well, it's actually 4:24. Oh, shame it wasn't 4:20. God, that would have been a meme. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for watching. Thank you all for being here. And we shall see you all next month for round 7 and the Rotax Festival. Woohoo! We'll see you all later. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.